Great.
I'd like to call to order the King George County School Board meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and then a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. We have Mr. Ben Tritt from Thrive to bring the invocation. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you. Let us pray together. Dear God, we thank you for this meeting tonight, for all of our schools that we have. We thank you for our teachers, and we thank you for this board and everybody who's here tonight. We pray for unity among this board, for understanding, for their wisdom, for you to set their direction, to guide their discussions and the decisions that they'll make tonight and every meeting. We ask you to instill confidence in the future through their decision making, and that their decisions reflect your will. We pray for protection for each of them and their families. We pray for your blessings on the teachers and the administrators and all the support staff at all of our schools. We pray especially for all the children in our schools this week while they're off. Keep them safe and return them safely to school. We pray for their safety every day and for their continued learning. We pray for the rest of this school year that you would bless it. We pray for blessings on everyone who's here tonight and blessings on their families. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. All right. And then we have any employee comments?
One.
We check online too.
I don't have any from online. Yeah.
Mr. Pastor Sherman Davis.
One.
How's my hair look? I'm Pastor Sherman Davis here in King George, and I'm here to read a scripture to you and give you a thought. The only thing that I know of that can't be earned is salvation. In all the religions of the world, man seeks after God. In Christianity, God seeks after man. Scripture says that Lord Jesus came, for the Son of Man came into the world to seek and to save that which is lost. In all the religions of the world, man serves God to earn salvation or to merit approval. In Christianity, God serves man, and he met our need for justification and forgiveness and sanctification, to be declared not guilty. In the book of Hebrews, chapter number 12, the scripture says, looking unto Jesus, the author and the finisher of our faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising the shame. The joy that was set before him, of course, is those that's redeemed, those that trust Christ, and to set down at the right hand of the throne of God. For consider him that was endured such contradiction of sinners against himself. He endured our judgment and our punishment. And so we were thankful tonight. You go all over the world, any country. For example, you can go to India, and in India, you will find out there is just a multitude of different religions. And all of them are accepted. They worship the Brahma bull. They worship anything that the man can worship, they'll worship it. Everything in India is allowed for worship except Jesus Christ. And he's not accepted. And missionaries that we support have to hide out and do things behind the scenes. the one true God is not accepted. Not only in India, but all over the planet, men worship something. They worship morality or moralism. They worship atheism. Atheism is a religion. And they worship materialism. They worship any kind of ism. In America, every man worships himself. He's God. And whatever I want to do, he's his own God. Everything's accepted except one thing. And even our schools, go up to the school and say, we want to talk to you about Jesus, and, separation of church and state. In many of this world, you will go to places where people who are Christians will be imprisoned, tortured, enslaved, and even killed, beheaded because of the name of Christ. Let me say this and I'll stop. I didn't realize I run out of time.
I can't.
If he should tarry, if Christ should tarry 2,000 years from now, excuse my English, but ain't nobody writing any songs about you or me. It's been 2,000 years since he was crucified and rose from the dead, and they're still writing songs. And 2,000 years from now, they'll still be writing songs about the Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the one who rose from the grave and offers salvation to anyone that'll come, the God-man. Simply, as the Bible says, believe it in your heart, and you shall be saved.
He's taking
Forgive me.
advantage because I'm his
Has my
daughter-in-law.
time
Sorry.
started yet?
You're done.
Has my time started yet?
Love you.
It says 3 minutes. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm getting out of here.
And then we have superintendent comment.
Thank you, Pastor Davis. We always appreciate you being here. I know you can hear me out there in the hallway, so thank you for coming. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Then we have any changes to the agenda? I think this is Cleveland.
Madam Chair, did we want to add as a discussion item snow days?
Yeah. I mean, I talked with Dr. Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Do we want to add that?
Can someone second it? All right. I had a second from Ed. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And when do we discuss that? Now or after?
No, we will do that at the second discussion item.
Okay.
Mhm.
Then our health insurance review with,
Yes, Madam Chair. So first up this evening, we have Heath Thomas from Mark III. He's the one that helps us every year with our health insurance renewal. And as you guys know, this is always an important puzzle piece to our budget moving forward. So Heath has always been an advocate of King George County Schools and helped us a lot in our healthcare needs. So thank you, Heath, and the stage is yours, sir.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Boyd. Good evening, board. Thank you for having me on this very cold and icy week. I'm happy to be here. As Dr. Boyd mentioned, so I am helping the school system with not only the health insurance, but when we came on board a couple years ago, we looked at voluntary products as well as the employee enrollment process for onboarding, offboarding, and all of those things. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So as we go through this, obviously the main topic is going to be the health insurance. We will certainly go through that. I know that's going to be an important thing. But just to give you a background of who we are, I know we have a new board member from previous years. We are an independent broker. So we are the last family-owned brokerage that focuses on the public sector in the Southeast. We currently have a large footprint in Virginia. We are headquartered in North Carolina. I'm actually in Chesterfield and manage most of Virginia State for us. So beyond the health insurance, we're also providing an enrollment platform for your employees. I mentioned voluntary benefits, flexible spending accounts, onboarding, offboarding. We're essentially an extension of the benefits and HR team to try to take some of their day-to-day work off of their plate and allow it to come to us. Obviously, no benefits are great unless we can communicate them to your employees. So we work on a variety of ways to do that, both with benefits books, videos, little feedback, as well as direct communications and one-on-one meetings with the employees on site in the spring during open enrollment. So let's get to the focus tonight, which is the health insurance. So what you have on the screen currently is a listing of your membership and claims from the time period of October 1, 24 to September 30th, 25. This will be the time frame that we anticipate Local Choice will use for your renewal window. They have backed this window up a couple months in the last 2 to 3 years. This used to be a 12/1 to 11/30 window, and now a 10/1 to 9/30 window. So just some brief takeaways on this particular listing here. You can see your enrollment has tweaked up just slightly in the last 12 months in the low 410s, 14s, to up to 422 in the month of September. But I want to focus on the claims. So on the far right, this is the total claims that the group has spent, and this is medical claims only. So that's important to know, because when we talk about Local Choice, they are not transparent. I won't say they hide the pharmacy data, but they're not transparent. There's not reporting that directly gives us pharmacy data. Our anticipation and the data we have seen, we anticipate you're spending about $2.8 or $2.9 million in pharmacy right now, in addition to this $5 million that's shown on the screen for medical. Okay, and I'll go through that in just a minute. The other thing to note here is that just on a month-to-month basis, you're averaging right now in this 12-month period of time about $400,000 of spend a month on medical. We're going to talk about some other months and some things that are going to come up, and that'll be a good reference point. So about $400,000 on a monthly basis currently. This is a list of your high-cost claimants. Anthem defines a high-cost claimant as anyone that spends above $25,000 in that annual period. So you can see we have 38 of those people. These could be individuals, spouses, dependents. There's no determination. It could be anybody on the plan. And you can see we have some really high figures up at the top. A couple of people have spent over $200,000. When Anthem calculates your renewal, you are going to get some relief for people that have gone above $125,000 threshold. So it's important to see where these people fall. But just so you know, we talked about the $5 million total. These 38 people have spent $3 million by themselves. Okay, so a very small segment. We'll talk about what percentage that maps out to be in just a moment, but a small segment of the population spending a huge chunk of the percentage of the claims. So this is our mock-up of the Local Choice renewal. This will look very similar to the renewal that they will send out in theory any day. I was hoping that I could have the email on the way here. In previous years, they had given the renewal sometime around the middle of February to maybe even towards the 20th, 22nd. We are told by the end of the month of January, we should have the renewal in hand. So any day that could be firmed up. In this renewal, I've left to the right here 3 years of rate history, so you can see where we've come from. And you can see the first line item down in line item A. This is the paid claims that you have had in the last few years. And you can see only 3 years ago, you were only at about $3 million of total medical spend. This year, you topped over $5 million of medical spend. So in a very short period of time, we've seen an extremely high uptick in the amount of claims being spent. Line item B is the relief that you will get from the claimants above the $125,000 threshold. You had 8 of those, I believe, which totaled about $410,000. Which brings us down, if we look at the line item G, the trend. So this is the percentage of general increase that the insurance companies are looking at. It used to be that we would say that 7 or 8% trend is pretty standard. And our company thinks that number is tweaking up to probably 8 or 9, maybe even 10% trend with inflation and the cost of health insurance in that way. So I think this is a number that you will see an increase. And I have the first yellow highlight here for impact of blending. So because of your benefit with Local Choice, you do get some relief of blending with other municipalities who participate in the Local Choice program. You can see in the last 3 years, in the last 2 years, this has been an item where you've gotten $130,000 and $160,000 credited to you in your renewal calculation, which has cushioned the renewal increase over the last 2 years. If y'all have been here for the last 2 years, you know I've been saying an increase is coming. We've gotten some good relief in the last 2 years, and one of those areas is in the impact of blending. So I have that calculated currently as a 0 right now because I don't think we can bank on that. You can see in 2023, you actually had an increase of $146,000. So I don't think that we can bank on a large amount of money coming back. So I've left that in as a net neutral 0. So line item I is a net total of your projected medical claims with the net difference of the spend of the claims in excess of 125. And then we go into the other items that local choice builds into their renewal. So because you're getting that relief on the claims above $125,000, you have to pay what they term stop loss or reinsurance. This year, I'm anticipating that's going to be approaching about $1 million. Last year, it was $846,000, but you can see the uptick of the last couple years. We were at 519. We took a 20% increase to 611, another big increase to 845. And so I am anticipating that this is going to be an area that you're going to see an impact. The claims, as you saw on those 38 people, there are expensive claims throughout the benefit, and there are some claims that are coming, I'm going to talk about in a moment, that is going to justify that particular increase. Next line item down, line item 4, is just a percentage based on the premium that Anthem charges. And then I want to stop and pause on these next 2 line items because I want to mention that I said a moment ago, you're spending about $5 million in medical. We anticipate you're spending just under $3 million of pharmacy, but you also in your current contract are getting dental and vision, which I'm estimating to be about $1.7 or $1.8 million for the upcoming year. So it's a total package that we're talking about here. And we're going to talk about what other alternatives may be out there for you and what justification there may be for that. So the next line item is the contingency reserve fee. This is another yellow item. This is an item that you have received significant relief in the last couple years. This line item is particularly designed to give you relief in those years that you're not running as well. And it is the fund balance that helps keep everybody stable over the course of time. Because of the variance in this, I left it at 0. But I do think there is an opportunity you could get some money back here. I just don't want to overestimate what that may be and put you in a different position than you end up at, okay? All those things combined bring us to an $8.6 million estimation for the 2026-2027 plan year. That is an 18% increase over where you currently are. So the first question that always comes to mind is that justified? I think right now, considering that you're spending $5 million in medical and roughly $3 million in pharmacy, that's about $8 million in quick math. And then you're also getting $1.5 million of drug coverage. You're getting $300,000 in dental, and you're also getting vision, okay? So all those things combined, I think you are in a pretty good situation. What that means for us, though, is here's the recap. So where we are right now, TLC provided substantial relief. For those of you who were in the room the last 2 years, I know we were calling for 20% increases, and it was justified in the math. I think it still sits there, but they came in with some relief. If they come in with that same relief, that 18% will dwindle down pretty significantly. I just don't think it's a number that we can bank on right this moment. Part of the reason for that is the claims are still up. So in the last 12 months, the net claim effect is up another 14% from where it was. You can see only 3 years ago, we were spending about $3 million in medical. Now we're spending $5 million. So the overall increase is pretty substantial. The high cost claimants represent 4.6% of your population, spending roughly 60% of your claims. That's that area of the reinsurance that I do anticipate an increase in. The pharmacy contract I mentioned a moment ago. So based on the reports that we can find, we're estimating about, again, just under $3 million of pharmacy spend, but they're only charging you right now $1.495 million. So it is a sizable value that you're receiving in that particular part of the contract. The October 2025 claims numbers are not in this calculation. Again, based on the window of time that Anthem is looking at for the renewal, we anticipate that window shuts on September 30th. But just so the group is aware, the month of October was a very difficult month for the school system in regards to claims. I mentioned your average claim spend in the last 12 months around $400,000. In October alone, it was $1.3 million. Okay, so 1 month, some very high cost claimants came through. Now, when we get to renewal next year, you'll see some relief from that because a lot of those people will be above that $125,000 threshold. But basically in 1 month, you spent what you've averaged for 3. Okay, so there's an expensive month that was not included. And the reason I bring that up is when we look at alternative options, the logical alternative outside of local choice would be to go to a self-funding arrangement. it would not necessarily be a good thing to move to a fully insured arrangement because you have benefits in your plan right now that you could not have under a fully insured basis, mainly around stop loss and pharmacy. So if you were to go self-funded, you would have to pick up a substantial amount of risk in order to manage those claims. So there could be an opportunity to mitigate some cost, but there is, if these claims continue to come in, you are assuming some of that risk that right now is being offshoot to Anthem, okay, because of the way that your contract is structured. The way that Local Choice works is kind of a middle ground between a fully self-funded product and a fully insured product. So you get the benefit of having a set rate from Anthem, but you also get the benefit of getting the relief on claims that are above $125,000, which you do not get in the standard fully insured world, okay? All that said, we anticipate a firm renewal from Anthem any day. Again, it is supposed to be by the end of the calendar month of January. I am anticipating an increase in the mid-teens. It depends on how much relief Anthem is going to be able to give you on those two yellow areas I highlighted in the impact of blending and the contingency fee. Questions?
We have some.
I'm sure.
We're kind of getting our thoughts together.
Please do.
Yeah. Just a minute, if you don't mind. Yeah.
No problem.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he said he doesn't. Go ahead. He said he did. Did you have one?
No.
Yeah.
Can you explain to us again, I'm just trying to figure out the TLC. Can you explain to us how that works?
In what regard? In like,
I was trying to figure out what does it all entail? Like how is it being calculated? I think I missed that part.
so it's being calculated, the state at DHRM and Anthem are getting together and setting the plan designs. There's 5 plan designs that you can choose from. You currently offer 3 of those 5. That's a pretty standard process. That's the most that you can offer. In regards to the rating system that's going to come up, that's really based on the claims. So the only 2 things that are somewhat up in the air would be the impact of blending, and that is a matter of what other groups are doing, which we don't really have access to see. Anthem has all that behind the scenes. And then the reserve fee. So those are the areas that they can play with that they have helped you tremendously in the last couple of years to alleviate some of the increases. But in regards to the functionality of it, there's really 2 paths for insurance. One is fully insured, which is you pay Anthem or United Healthcare, whoever it is, a premium. And then at the end of the year, they tell you how much your premium is going to be for the next year, depending on your claims. Okay, there's nothing that you do in the middle. You just pay your premium. If you went self-funded, you would wait weekly and you would get a download of all of the bills that your employees would have. And that could be $50,000 a week or $200,000 a week. And you would pay those as they come in. And you would pay a carrier an administrative fee for processing those claims because you're actually funding them. Okay. Local Choice is somewhere in the middle because if you were self-funded, you would also have a catastrophic cap called stop loss. So if you ran into a $200,000 bill, the school system could stop paying and the reinsurer company, i.e. Anthem in this case, would pick up the bill so that you don't have to cover that expense. Local Choice is blending all of that together for you and bundling it with other municipalities right now. Does that help?
So this is a credit that you can possibly get because of money that we didn't spend based on what other people are doing.
Correct.
Basically. Okay.
Of the
Okay.
pool.
That's what I was just trying to
Yeah.
understand the functionality behind. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
My question. Would you have a question? I'm just understanding. So, because you pointed out like in October how we were so high. Are there months that we don't even we're low? Do we get credit for that instead of?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to look at it at a total. So, a low month was 277. So in March, you had a low month of 277. May, you had 274. But then in June, you had a 607. So there's always going to be variance to the claims. They're looking at it right now on an annual basis. They're basing it from right now 10/1 to September 30th. So what I'm indicating is that if we were to shop the plan, so let's say you said, if they came back at 15 or 18 or 20%, we can't do that. We've got to go to bid. No, there are some high-end claims that are not even being calculated in this percentage that if you do go to bid would be calculated for any other business. So by that, I mean,
I guess why are we being punished for 1 month and why isn't that being kind of balanced out like the other good months are?
oh, it will be. I'm just telling you that
Well, it's going to make our rate go up because of like 1 month type situation.
Well, it's going to depend on how much of that $1.3 million comes back in those credits. So we haven't gotten that report, and that wouldn't be until the renewal for 27.
Okay.
We wouldn't see that unless Anthem changes the game, which they have the rules, so they can change it. But based on what they've done previously, that would not be relevant to this particular renewal. We would have to cross that bridge for next year.
Okay.
It would be relevant if the school system wanted to go to bid outside of local choice, because at that point they would look at those new claims, whereas local choice is not looking at them currently.
Does anybody else have a question? Do you have a question? Go ahead. No. I was just, does our health insurance, like have a cap on what they're willing to pay the medical providers? Kind of like TRICARE used to do when we were in military, they wouldn't pay but so much for a CAT scan.
No, ma'am, not to my
You know what I'm
knowledge. I mean,
saying?
so they all have negotiated rates of what they're willing to pay for services, which is why you'll see occasionally, a hospital system may fall out of contract with a provider for a couple
Yeah.
months while they work those fees out. But no, there's not like a lifetime cap or anything that used to be.
Not a cap, just in the price alone, because I was looking at that one screen where it was showing how much money each person is spending in medical costs. And how do we know those aren't just overpriced medical services?
I mean, that's a great question. Anthem is paying those services. So, I mean, I would assume that they wouldn't be just shelling
They're
money.
paying them, but we're being punished for what they're willing to pay, is what I'm asking. Like,
I wouldn't necessarily say
if we
that.
could, we can't. I would like to see what's being charged, but I know that we can't.
Yeah, I mean,
But I feel like there's some over cost being paid, and then that's why it's going up, because medical costs for the same. What I'm trying to say is, I could go in this year for a broken arm and it's $1,000, but then I go in 2 years, it's going to be $4,000 in cost. Nothing's changed in my health. I just broke my arm twice.
Sure. And that's
I know
where that
it's-
trend line comes in on this particular area, is just the overall trend of those claims in the market. So
Is on there the price of what we pay into it versus,
Yes,
I heard you
ma'am.
say it once for the pharmacy.
so your current premium is roughly $7.3 million. So
Okay.
that number at the top,
That's what we
and then
pay.
the bottom of the 2025 annual year. That's your rough current premium.
And then-
That could variance with enrollment if you had some families that dropped off, some employees that came in, but that's a good estimation.
And then the 2025 is showing what you guys paid, or was that our current?
That was the renewal data. So in 2025, you paid 6.57 in premium, and then they increased your cost to 7.3, which was a 12%
Okay.
increase.
Sorry, Ms. Goodman.
I'm sure you've probably been asked this before, but is there any sort of like wellness plans that employees can get enrolled in that we could partner with to make it so that the employees could better their health per se?
Absolutely.
And do we have anything like that in King George? Have we
So-
talked to you about that?
We have a wellness coordinator. We've been participating in some of the health fairs. We've been trying to get some of that going. But yes, I think that is something that we can do. We have a coordinator that could do just some generic contests or mailings, whatever the group wants to do, we can do. The problem with wellness and local choice is because they're basing it on the claims per se. You're not getting dollar for dollar back in the wellness. So a lot of TLC wellness gets left out because you're not a self-funded 5,000 life group where every single dollar that you pay out in claims is a direct savings to you, because sometimes these numbers can calculate out that you might be due a decrease, and that's very rare for Anthem/TLC to pass out a decrease. They usually will play with those two other numbers to find a way to make that so that it's about a flat. So it's very rare that there's any decrease. But yes, from a wellness perspective, we can do everything from mailings and small programs to things where blood draws on site. I mean, it's really just a matter of how involved you want to be.
So there are wellness plans, but it wouldn't really affect our rate at all.
It
So I'm
wouldn't have a direct
understanding.
impact on
Yeah,
your
okay.
rate.
No, but what if they stop?
Well,
Yeah, long
I'm not-
term, yeah, it
well,
can
I still
certainly
like
impact
I
it.
still like the idea. I just know
Yes.
at my work we have an offset, so that's what I was wondering.
Like a differential of premium?
Yes.
Okay, so there are certain guidelines that Local Choice sets out on what percentages you have to pay for premium, as long as we stay within those guidelines. But that's set by Anthem and the state, and as long as we stay within that, we can have conversations around that. There are also some potential alternatives for increasing contribution. There's other ways that we can play with the numbers once we get the official number of what it's actually going to be, the firm renewal from Anthem.
Yeah, I do think that we should consider some sort of wellness program for the employees because it is super helpful for them to stay healthy and get the information that they need. So if there's something that we can talk to you about, I think it would be beneficial for the staff.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
You mentioned last year, the projection was 20% increase, and then it ended up being what?
12.
12. So this year it's projected 18. We're going to have to go with that till we get the actual relief numbers or not. Is it, I've seen it each year significantly decrease. So is that like pretty standard, or you just have no way of knowing?
Well, so I tend to be more conservative as we're trying to build a budget. It tends to work better conservative than the other way. And quite honestly, I just can't foresee $500,000 of relief every year. I mean, I would love to tell you that, but it's just, if I can't tell you that it's going to come if I don't think it's going to come. And unfortunately, that's a really large number to take a 20 down to a 12. And so that's where the relief that you got, but I don't think that that's a predictable year over year relief.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a cost breakdown of per medical service? Like what you would pay, like if I had to go get I don't know, my foot broke and I needed a cast, like what that would cost me, what you guys pay?
Sure.
Like a breakdown of
I'm sure
services?
we could get a breakdown of services
Yeah.
if you had something in specific.
Yeah, I'll ask, I'll get with you. Anybody else? Okay. That's it.
Thank you, Heath.
Thank you so much.
Certainly appreciate you making the drive from Chesterfield.
No worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That is a long drive. Okay. The Gifted Advisory Committee Annual Report, Mrs. Harris.
Good evening, Chairman Davis, Dr. Board, and esteemed members of the school board. Again, I'm Angela Harris. I am the supervisor of elementary instruction, and I'll also serve on the Gifted Advisory Committee. So it's our goal here tonight just to share you some of the great things we've been doing on the committee and talk a little bit about a snapshot of our programming, our gifted program from K to 12 as we go. So currently, our Gifted Advisory Committee, there are 21 members, which includes parents, teachers, administrators, and school board representatives. Our chairman of our committee is Ms. Ann Lewis, and our school board representative is Ms. Rachel Scott. And I certainly do want to take time to thank you again, Ms. Hoover, for your years of dedication and serving on this committee as you're kind of passing the torch on to Ms. Scott. So thank you for all your help and support. We do meet 3 times a year. Unfortunately, Ms. Lewis, I didn't want to, with the weather pending and the change of their date of this event tonight. She usually kind of does this with me. The chairman does this presentation with me, but I'm kind of flying solo. But I do want to recognize my team. I'm here. I have Ms. Erin Capel. She is supervisor of secondary here, and also have 2 of my wonderful teachers in the back. I have Ms. Amanda Miller and Ms. Kelly Barnes that's always here to support too. So I wanted to recognize them because they are some of the things I'm going to talk about. They are the heart of the programming that I'm going to mention tonight. So I do want to recognize them. So some of the goals that we established this year is we want to increase communication and professional development in the gifted program. That is kind of a continuation from last year's goal. We are making steps, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit later in this presentation. The professional development piece in the gifted program, we're really excited this year for the first time. We were invited to participate in a Region 3 gifted collaboration meeting in December, which was really nice. We actually got to learn new ideas, but we also got to showcase some of the good things we do here in King George. Ms. Kelly Barnes and Ms. Mary Murgis presented at that event. So that was kind of cool. And we're looking at doing that moving forward next year. We want to explore ways to expose and identify more underrepresented populations in the gifted program. Especially our focus has been on females, getting more girls in the math program. So we're trying to think of ways to kind of, get the awareness out there for our girls. And we want to continue to discuss and revise, if needed, the current gifted plan. We have this time had made no changes to our gifted plan, but we did just participate in a gifted technical review that we'll get feedback later this spring on. So in the future, we could be making some changes based on the recommendations from that experience. So what does our gifted population look like? it has increased. We have a total of 215 students enrolled, identified gifted, K to 12. That represents 4.9% of our King George County school population. There are 117 male students, 98 female students. This represents over 8 different races. There are 22 twice exceptional students, and there are 43 students in our program that would be labeled economically disadvantaged. So I would think that we are doing pretty good overall, campusing of underrepresented populations, because our numbers are going up in different groups that I've mentioned. So I think we're doing pretty good there. So a little snapshot about our programs. The elementary gifted services, grades K to 2. We offer pull-out reading services. The students meet with a gifted resource teacher twice weekly for about 40 minutes. Kelly Barnes, she services Sealston and Potomac, and she also does the 3rd grade reading classes at the center at King George Elementary School. And then Miss Amanda Miller, she services King George Elementary K to 2 students. In grades 3 to 5, the students attend King George Elementary School for the full-time gifted instruction in math and/or language arts. The language arts curriculum extends beyond the state required standards and intentionally challenges students beyond the grade level expectations. And of course, our math coursework extends beyond grade level expectations in 3rd and 4th grades. And in 5th grade, we start our acceleration program where 5th graders are taught the 5th and 6th grade SOL content, and they're tested at the 6th grade level. We have been really lucky the last 3 years. We have used some of our all-in funding to really to give some opportunities to our gifted students beyond just what we can offer in the course of the day. So we have hosted our own created camp, if you will, our gifted camp for the last 3 summers. And we will be able to do it again this year because our funding runs out on June 30th. So we're really looking forward to that. So last year, I wanted to tell you a little bit about that. We run this parallel with summer school, so it helps with transportation, it helps with food, and it's just a really, really cool idea. I really cannot pull this whole camp off without the help and support of our resource team. The activities that we do there, we really based on children's interest, what they're interested in, the students, and we also really, I rely on the teachers' interest and their creativity and their passions, because that's what we pull this together. We don't really follow any type of curriculum, if you will. It's really about creativity, problem solving, and we do partner with Dahlgren, the STEM outreach. So they do bring their equipment and resources, and we offer at least one class there. And kind of benefits them too, gets them off the base, and they can work with kids for an hour for a few days out of the summer. So this has been a really great program. I'm really hoping we can continue to find ways to support it. But this is just mentioned a few of the things we did last year. We did journalism, medieval times, drama, game making, creative writing, geography, breakout rooms, survival scenarios. And we're currently now designing what this summer is going to be like. So to be continued on that. Not sure what we're all going to do, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Here's some pictures of some of the activities we do throughout the year. Let's give you that. Middle school, high school, as we're transitioning to the secondary, we'd like to think that all that work we do at the elementary really helps move along with the high school. In grades 6 through 8, identified students participated in gifted language arts classes. They are accelerated in their math coursework. 6th graders take Math 8. And then 7th graders take Algebra 1, and then 8th graders, tag kids, take geometry. In grades 9 to 12, students are counseled into classes for strength-specific acceleration. They have opportunities in honors classes, advanced placement, AP classes, dual enrollment with differentiated in curriculum. And they have an option to apply for 2 different governor school and the Academy of Technology and Innovations. And I do want to give a little shout out to our distinguished high school, just based on, there's opportunities for all type of learners, to be honest with you, not just identified gifted. So kids that really are high performing kids that want to accelerate or have passions in different areas. We have lots of courseworks. And I want to really shout out to the high school, because we're small. The high school, in relative to around us, we're kind of small. They offer 10 honors classes. They have 16 AP classes and 8 dual enrollment. That's over 34 higher level classes that students can have an experience or have an opportunity in. So that's worth giving a shout out to.
Yes.
Also, just a little bit about those programs. I know most of you are well aware of these programs, but we have the Commonwealth Governor School. That's a school within a school model. for grades starting in 9th grade. We have the Chesapeake Bay Governor's School, which starts in 10th grade, that really focuses on students that are interested in math, science, and technology. We have the Academy of Technology and Innovation, ATI. That is program is located at the University of Mary Washington Stafford campus and emphasizes on computer and data science across various disciplines. And we also have Summer Residential Governor's School. They identified gifted students, high school juniors and seniors with intensive educational experiences in visual and performing arts and humanities, medicine, health sciences, mathematics, science, and technology. So that's other applications are due in the fall. And I believe we've had kids that have applied for that. So that's great. We also, we have opportunities for the summer for the secondary level as well. We have the Fredericksburg Regional Summer Governors Program School. Is housed in James Monroe High School. That's kind of really a field experience where we filled all the slots last year, I believe. So that was great. Another opportunity there, and applications will be coming home very shortly for that. It's a quick turnaround for that. Coming home Monday. There you go. So our next steps, what are we working on? Well, we were supposed to start this week. Our 2nd grade universal screener was supposed to be administered this week that we've been out. So we're going to pivot, and we'll probably do that. We'll start that next week. We want to continue to enhance communication with all stakeholders about the program and the gifted identification process. The committee right now is working on updating informational pamphlets that really one pamphlet explains just basic programming, K to 12, and all the things that we offer here in King George County. And then we also found that the process of, especially at the elementary level, where kids have to kind of move from, if they are found eligible for gifted services and they want to attend by 3rd grade and up, it's site-based and they have to move to King George Elementary. So we are working on a pamphlet that kind of makes that user-friendly for parents to understand, and really understand the process of what that looks like once your kid is going through the evaluation process. So at our next meeting, which will be held on March 18th, we're going to be finalizing those pamphlets out, and we'll distribute them to all the schools. We will continue to look at the current plan to assess its effectiveness and how it can better meet the needs of our gifted learners. We always are looking to ways to improve or change or, kind of adapt to what comes to us. Hence, that's how the whole gifted camp came about at the elementary school. And next fall, the gifted resource teachers will present PD at the 3 elementary schools to educate staff on the characteristics of the gifted students and to discuss the referral and the testing process. And again, our next gifted advisory meeting is on March 18th. Just want to thank everyone on the advisory committee for all their hard work and dedication, because I think we're doing some amazing things. And again, thank you for all my teachers, especially for coming out this cold night. Appreciate all that you do.
Thank you, Mrs. Harris, and all your staff and or everybody that's come out tonight to do this annual report. Any questions from the board?
Yes,
You
I've
give-
got some questions.
Kevin?
And Angie, you mentioned that under the elementary gifted summer enrichment that you used all-in funds. I thought all-in was for absenteeism.
No, the all-in funds, it comes with it had 4 main categories, and we really took advantage of 3 of most of them. It comes in any instructional programming. I included gifted when I wrote the grant because I didn't want them left out. Curriculum development, it included helping supplement pay for bus drivers if we needed it, paying for tutoring, like after school tutoring, our Camp Excel program, any day tutorings that we had. So the bulk of the grant was on remediation intervention. But I always feel like this population kind of not gets left out, but we feel like they're doing good. And just having that summer camp has been tremendous, not only academically for our kids, but the social benefits it has, because we really have a quick turnaround time. These 2nd graders, if they're identified, and parents have to make a really tough decision to bring them to the center. So this camp has allowed them to kind of come and see the peers, meet them before we get started, acclimated to the school. So that was one category, was instruction. And then we have the 2nd category of that grant was the Virginia Literacy Act. So there was funding for that. And then the 3rd one was absenteeism. So, and then the state dictated, I don't hold me to this, I can't remember the percentage. I think it was 30% for VLA, 20% for absenteeism, and then the rest of the grant was for academic needs.
And then you talked about Along with the governor's schools, we've got the ATI. That's not a gifted program, right?
No. Well, any of the governors, you don't have to be identified gifted to apply to any of these governor schools. So that's the beauty of it. So the answer to that is no. You don't have to be gifted to apply.
Do you know how much governor schools cost per year? I mean, we talked about Chesapeake and then the ATI
It's in our,
and
It's in the budget. I don't know off the top of my head, but okay.
Budget book that we can look up, and I'll show you where when we get to it. Yeah.
6,000 ed.
We will be increasing our seats at ATI next year. So we'll have 7 more seats there. Remember that the goal of that was eventually have 28, excuse me.
yeah, because
7 times 4, 28. Gotta do the math.
there's 7 every year.
Yes. So
And
you'll see that in the budget as well.
how much per year? How much for 7?
I think it's
It's like 7,000 or
50,000.
student.
in the presentation.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
About 7,
I
yeah.
think it said something like 50. So by the end of 4 years, we'll have $200,000 going into that.
All right. Mrs. Rachel, real quick, sorry.
On the slide where you talk about the elementary gift services, you say math coursework extends beyond grade level expectations and language arts extends beyond state-related or state-required curriculum. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what those entail?
Well, we do. We have the standards. Everyone follows the Virginia Standards of Learning, and we do have explicit reading material, instructional materials for reading in grades 3 through 5, which is benchmark advance. So, what it is, they're still they're using that curriculum, but they're supplementing it with other things that just enhance the curriculum, if I will. It goes a little bit deeper. They can move at a faster pace, just based on what the kids need. Ms. Miller, would you like to? Ms. Miller, she teaches it, so who better to answer this question?
Exactly, yeah.
And I've also been fortunate because I've taught all 3 grade levels. I've taught third, fourth, and fifth. So we do, like Ms. Harris said, we follow the benchmark curriculum. And what I'm able to do is because I am able to go faster through the curriculum for the most part. So some of the things I do in the benchmark curriculum, say for instance, plot. In the benchmark, plot is done with what they say, it's kind of beginning, middle, and end. So for me, I was also a middle and high school teacher first. We do exposition, rising action, the climax, the falling action, and then the resolution. So it's just that advancement because the terminology does not change whether it's 3rd grade or 12th grade. So that's going to be it. We also incorporate novel studies. We, once again, because we can get more done. So, and I don't want to speak for Ms. Murgis, but the same thing applies in the math classes. So she follows the curriculum, but she is able to extend beyond the curriculum. So it's an extension of what is going to happen in a traditional classroom.
Mrs. Hoover?
I was just going to say to Ms. Harris, you should give a shout out to STEAM night coming up while you got a chance.
Yeah, all right. When is it? March 12th. March 12th. So yeah, please come. It's gonna be fun. Any other questions?
Any questions?
Thank you, Amanda.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, ladies. All right, and the fun FY27 budget presentation, Dr. Boyd.
Ooh, shocked myself. All right, good evening from this side of the diocese. Thank you guys for being here tonight. So before we jump into the budget presentation, I do want to make you guys aware, you do have the budget book in front of you. This is going to become very active for you in the next month or two when we get questions from the community. And it really gives you the opportunity to really dig into every dollar that we have in our budget right now. So if you look at the tabs associated with the binder in front of you, the first tab, the summary presentation, is going to be what I present this evening. The second tab is going to be our revenue report that comes from the General Assembly. I'll explain that later in greater detail. The third tab, and really the third, fourth, and fifth tab, is where you're going to be able to reference information for questions that you receive from the community. So the third tab, the budget book, goes through how we spend every dollar in the school division. It talks about individual staff positions. It talks about really all of the personnel within our budget right now. If you go to the budget summary page, budget builder summary page, you'll see an overview. This is the color coded Excel spreadsheet. This goes through all of the stuff that is associated with the school division. And then behind that is really a detailed report of all of the stuff. Again, all of the software programs, the diesel fuel. I mean, from A to Z, everything that we have to purchase in the school division is in that report. And then the last tab is requested positions, which you can review as well. Any questions on the budget book? I know many of you guys are seasoned veterans with this, so I won't go into greater detail. But again, this will become very valuable for you as we move forward into the public-facing portion of the budget process, which really begins tonight. So going into the presentation, first on the front end, let me say thank you to Jen Brody. Jen Brody is our brand new finance director. She wasn't able to be here this evening. She's like many of us snowed in right now. She lives in Fredericksburg, and the snowplow came by and created a mountain of ice in front of her driveway. So she couldn't be here this evening, but I can tell you the work that she's done behind the scenes has made us very efficient, very agile, and very able to present a solid budget for you this evening. We've been blessed, and she's been a godsend to me in terms of this budget process. So I just want to thank her. Projected revenue and funding requests for fiscal year 27. All right, so the budget development timeline, the budget really begins way back in November, and that's all of the stuff that's internal. We start with staff, student, and parent advisory sessions to the superintendents. We begin opening the budget builder. The budget builder is that multicolored document, Excel document that you have in your budget binder. We do all the behind the scenes work in November and December. In late December, we get the first notification from the state, which comes out in the form of the governor's proposed budget. So as of right now, this budget that you've received this evening is based on numbers we've received from Governor Youngkin's proposed budget. I say that because there will be a lot of modification between now and the end of the budget process. So we'll probably get some amendments from our new governor. Obviously, the General Assembly will have some effect on the budget, and things will change as we move forward. I would imagine that based on my previous experience, this is going to be, I think, a longer drawn-out budget year in terms of a state budget working all the way down to localities. So I think some of us have been involved in budget processes that go well into June, almost on the eve of July 1st. So I wouldn't be surprised if this one runs that long too. I know the county wants to move forward at a pretty quick pace, which I certainly think we all appreciate. I'm just a little worried about what goes on the state level.
Yeah.
Where we are this evening is we're at the end of January. This is the first budget presentation to the school board. Tonight, I'll just give you the initial overview of the budget presentation. Our next school board meeting, we're responsible for having a public hearing for anyone in the community that would like to speak on behalf of the budget. We'll also have a work session for the school board where we set up tables here and we work through the budget, and I answer any questions that you guys have or you have received from the community. And then the meeting after that, it would be the responsibility of the school board to approve the budget so that we can deliver it to Mr. Smolnick in the county. And you can see that's all laying out in the budget timeline. So the process, my responsibility is to deliver a needs-based budget to the school board. The way that we do that is to consult a number of data sources. We use our strategic plan, which you'll see referenced a number of times in the budget tonight. We obviously consult our current operating budget and see if it's meeting our needs. We get a lot of information from the state, the General Assembly. We use staff surveys and listening sessions to get information from our employees. We use the budget builder to figure out what we need in terms of stuff in the division. And throughout the year, I offer many opportunities for superintendent advisories with different stakeholder groups. I've got parents teachers, students that all come meet with me to talk about budget needs throughout the year. All of that information is compiled into what you see this evening in the budget book. My responsibility is to deliver that needs-based budget to the school board. We work through that as a school board and as a superintendent, and then our final responsibility is to deliver a balanced budget to the Board of Supervisors. And that's the conclusion. And then obviously they will approve their budget, which includes us. They'll send it back to us and we'll make final approval of our portion of that budget. So part of our school budget is always based on how many students we have in school, average daily membership. So every year we take a close look at where we are in terms of enrollment or average daily membership across the school division. State funding in Virginia for public schools is based solely on the number of students that attend school. Why do I bring that up? Because up until this year, we've always had a slight increase in our school population. This year, and we believe based on numbers we've received from Weldon Cooper, enrollment across Virginia for public schools is beginning to tick down in all school divisions, really across the Commonwealth. And it's believed to continue that way all the way up to about 2030 right now. So we've made adjustments and predictions based on enrollment that we think we're going to get. So if you look at that last bar over on the right-hand side, students coming in, now this is average daily membership. That changes. That is a complex number that has to do with the number of days students attend, whether or not they're full-time students or part-time students. There's a lot of variation to it. Our average daily membership projection for next year is 4,230. We will use that number to determine the amount of state funds that we receive from the Commonwealth. If at any time you guys want me to stop and you have any questions, just cut me off. Yes, ma'am.
If our enrollment is higher next year than what you're anticipating, how does that impact the budget?
So what that'll do is that'll give us more state funds. They take that measurement 2 times a year. They take it on September 30th when we begin school, and then they take it at March 31st at the very end of the school year. If the number changes or it increases, we would end up with more state funds. If in the last 10 years, that's a very small number that we've seen. It adjusts up and down. It doesn't really change that much year over year. Ms. Hoover, do you have a question? No. Okay, next slide. On the far right-hand side there, and again, you guys have copies of this. You also have it in your board packet because there's some live links that you can click on with some additional information. On the right-hand side, you can see each of our school buildings broken down with student enrollment as of March 1st, 2025, and then student enrollment just at the beginning of this month, January 5th, 2026. And on the far right, as you know, we're always concerned with capacity in our school buildings. You can see the capacity of those buildings and where we stand in terms of enrollment. Okay, local composite index. Local composite index is something that the state of Virginia uses so that they can fairly award state funds to localities based on their ability to pay for public school. So all 132 school divisions in Virginia are measured. We happen to fall kind of in the middle. Our local composite index is 0.3641 in this biennium over the next 2 years. What that means in summation is that our locality should be responsible for paying at minimum 36% of the cost of public education in King George. And then the state and federal pays the inverse of that. Again, local composite index is not binding. It's something that the state uses in order to award state funds across the Commonwealth. The 3 things that they look at just for education is they take a look at the true value of property in King George. They take a look at the adjusted gross income, and then they finally take a look at taxable retail sales. All 3 of those things are rated, and then the state funds are awarded to localities based on where they rank in those 3 areas. All right, our budget alignment always adheres to our strategic plan. I think all of us school board members, myself, and everyone that works in the school board office probably has these memorized now. We really hold them tight to our chest and really try to make sure that our initiatives are focused towards these goals. So goal 1 is employee investment and development. Goal 2 is quality instruction and innovation. Goal 3 is community collaboration, engagement, and communication. And then goal 4 is safe, secure, and healthy learning environments. Many of the budget initiatives that you'll see moving forward in this presentation tie back to these specific goals. Every year in the budget process, we survey our staff. So we send out a survey early on in the budget process. This was, I think, back in December. And we asked really a couple simple questions. Do you have the equipment you need to do your job? Do you have the supplies? And do you have the programs and services needed to do your job? What we see in these pie graphs are what we typically see. What it shows is that about 9 out of 10 of our teachers right now believe that they have the equipment, supplies, and programs and services they need to do their jobs effectively. So that's a good sign. In fact, the programs and services number has really ticked up to about 95%. So that's even better. The second question we ask, because it's always major parts of our budget proposal to staff, we ask them, please rank these 3 priorities when you're considering a budget increase. Competitive salary increase, addressing the compression we have in our pay scale, or having the school board cover the health insurance increase. Those were the 3 priorities. So the first priority on the left-hand side in blue, resoundingly, the staff said salary increase is our number one, they believe is their number one priority. The second priority that they thought we should address is compression. And then the final priority that they thought was important in these was the school board covering the health insurance increase. Does that make sense?
I have a comment. Thank you. So it does make sense. I'm curious though, do they understand how much the health insurance is? And so when you think about the year after year percentage, especially when he just came up here and said that it could potentially be pretty substantial. And last year, I think it was even more than that when he first came to us. I think maybe we just need to get some
numbers
awareness
associated with it.
around that, right? So that everyone is aware of how much that is, because essentially that's more than what an increase in salary would be getting that paid for.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
it does make sense. Yeah. And we'll dig a little bit deeper into what some of those numbers might look like moving forward. I'll show you what I mean. Typically though, the largest increase for an employee of those 3 would be their salary increase. Compression over the last couple of years has made a decent difference for our teachers that were at step 10 and above. And then health insurance, again, is a variable, like Ms. Cleveland is saying, that keeps ticking up on us. So something that we do need to consider. Oftentimes, one of the most important decisions that the school board makes in this budget process is where we stand with healthcare and what we intend to do for employees and employer coverage.
Dr. Boyd,
Yes?
forgive me if you already answered this, but how many filled out this, participated in this?
I think it was,
Because last year was,
this was like 450, I think, but don't quote me on that. I think
that would be
I think
great.
it was a decent number.
okay.
All right, again, budget initiatives, because what you're going to see next is how some of our budget requests tie to our strategic plan. So again, strategic plan goal number 1, employee investment and development. One of our priorities in this budget process, again, is to increase salaries, and we're going to request an average of 4%, which includes the adjustment in compression. I'm going to explain to you what that means. And so as I cover this right now, I'm going to go over these costs. They'll make more sense when we move forward. To increase salaries by an average of 4% and to adjust compression, it's going to cost $1.6 million. Now, that's not going to be $1.6 million. That's not going to mean that the locality has to cover that $1.6 million. That's going to be that's a $1.6 million increase between all 3 of the funding sources, all 3 of the revenue sources we have, state, federal, and local funds. So when you see these numbers, it doesn't mean that they all are going to be on the back of our local Board of Supervisors. The second budget request is to increase our hourly pay scales for assistant cafeteria managers. We have a discrepancy right there. Right now, our assistant cafeteria managers, we're having a difficult time finding them because the pay scale is almost exactly the same as our cafeteria workers. So we're asking for a small increase in that, and really a small increase in our budget adjustment because of that. And then finally, in terms of strategic plan goal number 1, I would ask the school board to consider, as Heath mentioned tonight, the 18% healthcare increase and how to offset the cost to employees. What you see there is 2 numbers. The first number is 1.3 million. That's if the school board picks up the entire cost of the 18% increase. And then the second number is 1 million. And that would be if the school board decides to share the cost between the employee and the school board with the typical percentages that we've used in the past, just for a scope. And again, this 18%, as Heath mentioned earlier, is a conservative estimate. Maybe that gets better, and maybe that number, that 1.3 million or 1 million number gets lower.
Any questions? I have a question. For the increase in power and the assistant cafeteria managers, how many does that affect and what schools?
5. Yeah, that's
Oh.
5. One at each school.
So about a little over 4,000 increase in pay.
All right. Yeah. All right. So why is our major budget initiative teacher salaries? Take a look at the surrounding counties around us. So these are really the counties that we compete with in terms of attracting and retaining qualified educators for our school divisions. So King George competes with Stafford, Spotsylvania, Colonial Beach, Caroline, Westmoreland, and Fredericksburg. Really, those are the folks that would be willing to drive to King George for a teaching job or drive to another locality for a teaching job. What you see across the top is the salary for those individuals at those particular years of employment. So if they've been working for us for 1 year, their salary is $51,500. If they've been working with us for 30 years, their salary is $83,513. Does that make sense? And you can see how we compare to the school divisions around us. And what I've done at the bottom is give you the relative position that we are regionally. So the best we are right now is 4th in the region in terms of teacher salary. And as we know, in that middle range where we're trying to adjust the compression, that 5 to 10 year range, we are second to last right now. So really our budget initiative this year is to increase these teacher salaries by a rate higher than I think we're going to see from the localities around us. And that's often a guessing game, but I think a 4% increase with compression adjusted would be a good leap. Any questions about that?
Yes, Dr. Boyd, the compression you're talking about, what years are we working on this year for that?
So what we did last year was step 10. The compression exists at step 6 through 9 currently. What Jen was able to do this year, which I think is much more equitable, she's taught me more about pivot tables and things like that in a matter of a week than I would have gotten in a graduate level course. So she was able to take a certain percentage of each of those remaining steps and increase them so that we weren't just looking at one step. We were looking at a small increase of 6, 7, 8, and 9, I think, so that the overall sum at the end is the same and the increase on the back end of the scale is the same, but we're affecting more teachers 6 through 9 as opposed to just step 9. Does that make sense?
Yes, and what I'm looking at here is 1 through 5 for King George. From the first year to the 5th year comes out like $1,800. $1,800 is the only increase. And you go down to Stafford and there's a $6,000 increase.
Insane.
I mean, is there any way we can, those are the people we want, I would think that we want to keep.
Yeah, no, we've talked about that. Actually, what Stafford has done, you can see Stafford's starting salary is actually one of the lowest in the regions. But what they have done, and it took them multiple years, The superintendent there was Mr. Thomas, who's now in Montgomery County. And I think it was a 5 to 7 year plan for them. And basically, instead of having a linear increase in the salary scale where every step was 2%, they had very small steps on the front end of their salary scale and very large steps on the tail end. So it kind of had an exponential bend to it. And it really is a salary scale that values the employees that have been with you for a longer amount of time. It's certainly something we've discussed and something that we wouldn't mind looking to into the future. We've got to get this compression out of the scale first, though. That has to go before we make some of the other adjustments to bend our salary scale upward towards the tail end.
I mean, I don't see a lot of incentive for a young teacher to stay around if they only know in 5 years I'm only going to get paid $1,800 more than I'm getting right now.
I know. I mean, you can see other than Stafford, you can see that in, I mean, Spotsy's $2,000 difference.
Yeah, but I think we're probably the lowest at 1,800. I think if it's what I looked at.
Yeah. I mean, we need to fix that part of our pay scale without a doubt. And I think what we're going to be able to do this year is make a dent, but this is going to take some time. This is going to take a concerted effort that we started last year, and we're going to have to continue for really the next 4 or 5 years to work it all the way up to where it needs to be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And again, I do want to make the point that when we talk to most people, in the school division and out of the school division, we're not Stafford, and we don't want to be Stafford. We're not Spotsy, and we don't want to be Spotsy for other reasons than just salary. I think many people I speak with, they're comfortable with us being in about that third place spot when in range of salary when it comes to these school divisions. That's where we've traditionally been, and you can see we've lost some of that ground in many places, in all places, honestly. I mean, at best, we're 4th right now.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I just want to be, for my own clarity, because I know you were talking about the steps that you were focused on, and then we had some talk about the year 1 through year 5, which obviously needs some work on it. But can you tell me again what the priority is, Dr. Boyd, on the steps that we're looking at?
Yes. Right now, the priority is to take the compression out of steps 6 through 9. It's going to take a couple years. Last year, we took the compression entirely out of step 10. It's no longer there. The compression still exists at 6 through 9. And when I say compression, every step in our pay scale increases by 2% year over year. The compression steps, 6 through 9, they increase by 0.75% over those 3 years. So what we're trying to do is get those steps up to 2%. And then, as Mr. Frank mentioned, in the future, work on bending that salary scale upward towards the tail end.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I think those first 5 years are critical, especially making sure we're keeping the teachers here.
Yeah.
I have a question for my own education.
Yes, ma'am.
So these years that you're showing up here, say a teacher comes in, they have 5 years of experience at a different school. Are they coming in at year 5 salary?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and we also are able to award previous experience for a number of different things. I think early on, Rachel, you weren't on the board yet, Ms. Scott, I'm sorry. And we talked about military service and how many years we would provide for military service. So teaching, it's 1 year for 1 year, and then there's other areas where there's different ratios. But again, we try to do what we can to attract quality employees to the teaching force.
Dr. Ward, I have a follow-up question on that. You mentioned military, but are you also considering like any other job experience?
Yes.
What about if it doesn't correlate to what they're going to teach?
No. Not if it doesn't correlate to what they're going to teach.
Ms. Cleveland, I can't remember if you were on the board yet or not, but we modified our policy regarding that, about 6 or 8 months ago?
I think that's about what time it was.
For people that were like maybe leaving the government but had some kind of experience that could correlate to teaching. So
We often see it too in the CTE profession. So, if we have somebody that's worked in the welding field and we need a welding teacher, then we work with them to give them that previous experience in the private industry so that they can come teach. And if they have the certification to teach in welding, then that's a win-win for us and them. All right, so I've mentioned this already. I think healthcare increase considerations is always a big conversation at our next work session for the school board. Initial indications are that we should estimate for an 18% healthcare increase. Really, in the next 2 days, we should know a firm number as to what that is. Once those renewal rates are received, the school board is responsible for determining the employer and the employee cost associated with it. And then what you'll see here is a link, and you guys can take a look at it in board docs. And what it does is it kind of gives you some cost estimates on, this is what you were asking, Ms. Cleveland. If you click on that link, it'll give you some cost estimates on not only the cost to the school division, but the cost to individual employees based on what healthcare plan they choose. So how much their healthcare premium is going to increase based on the 18% increase. I think that's what you were asking. So if you're a single, how much does it increase? If you have a family plan, how much does your premium increase? That's in that spreadsheet there. And there's tabs across the bottom.
So you're talking about their premiums increasing, but if the board covers that 1.3 million cost, does their premium stay flat, or does that increase it? All right.
Yeah, so it would stay flat. There would be no cost. If the board picks up the 1.3 million total, then there would be no cost increase to employees.
Okay.
All right, strategic plan goal number 2. Again, what you're going to see and what I'm going to give you tonight is just some highlights for these particular goals. In your budget book, you can really dive in deeply to some of the things that are addressed in these specific goals in the budget builder book and in the personnel, the budget book, budget builder book and budget book. So first, as Mr. Frank mentioned earlier with the gifted presentation, the Academy of Technology and Innovation at UMW, we're in our 3rd year. This budget request would be our 3rd year. That's 7 additional students. That's $59,500. The second item here is the big ticket item this year. If you remember last year, we had to purchase math curriculum. The state is keeping us on track. If you've heard in the news, they have redone the SOLs for history and social science, the standards of learning for history and social science. So now school divisions across the Commonwealth are responsible for purchasing an updated curriculum to match those new standards. The cost for that is $686,000. And then again, this is just something small that I put in there, but the credentialing test for our CTE classes and state equipment is a small sum of $10,000. And you can see these things in greater detail in your budget book.
Dr. Boyd,
Yes.
does the school board approve the curriculum? We do?
You guys will have a chance to take a look at it. Yeah.
Just the new history and,
Mhm.
yeah.
But not the standards, the curriculum. So the standards will come from the state. Those were written by the Board of Education, the State Board of Education.
Yeah.
And then we have to basically purchase a curriculum that matches those new standards. And honestly, there's not many to choose from. I mean,
I'm just concerned at what they're trying to push on the new curriculum with,
yeah.
and what we allow in our schools.
Strategic.
Not our staff. the
No,
state.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Strategic plan goal number 3, community collaboration. So King George County Schools, and I know King George County, and really a lot of public entities have seen a huge increase in the number of FOIA requests that we've received. So I know the county and most certainly the school division is looking at a FOIA management system. This, as you guys know, FOIA is something that really sidelines of a lot of our employees if we receive a request, and we receive a good number of them. And it also puts us on timelines to produce information at a pretty rapid pace. What this system does is it keeps all those entities on that timeline and creates open lines of communication between all those entities in meeting those timelines. So it's something really now that I think many public entities need in order to satisfy this increase in FOIA requests. We're trying to increase our newsletters, not only at the division level, but what we'll begin to do is push out newsletters from the building level. So we're looking for newsletter builders for our schools. That's what S'mores is. And then finally, Canvas. Some of you guys have asked me about this. Canvas is our learning management system. Through COVID and all the way up until now, the state has funded the cost of the learning management system. What we're being told moving forward is the state will no longer fund the cost of the learning management system. Localities have to pick it up. So what you see here is our cost of renewal for the learning management system. Now, what is a learning management system? Is a system that many of our teachers use to build curriculum, to manage curriculum, and really to push it out to our students virtually. So that's what they're using now and what they've used really since COVID. If the school division wants to use it, and I can tell you many of our teachers have grown accustomed to using it, put their entire courses on it, the renewal cost of that to the school division is nearly $50,000.
I like Canvas too because it prepares our students. It looks just like college Blackboard and Canvas. So it prepares them how to use that. However, I mean, you were discussing the other day, we have like 3 platforms that kind of show the same thing other than Canvas. You can do your class and stuff, but we have can we cancel the other things and stick with one, or do we need so many of
We've
them?
talked about inventorying some of our things. They're unique. Some things do different things,
Yeah.
but I can promise you that at the school board level, we've talked about taking a look at some of the programs that we have and the usage reports on those particular programs. I will tell you, I think
It is hard though, because
it is.
some classes use them, some don't, and
Yeah,
Yeah.
some grade levels use them and some don't.
yeah.
And then really what we were talking about too, with some of these programs, communicating with Power School and making sure that they're accurate communication between Power School and some of our other third-party programs is something that we're trying to fine tune. All school divisions are trying to fine tune. Sometimes they don't always communicate as well together, but that's something we're working through. I know where you're going.
You know where I'm going. Yes. With our push, or I hope we're pushing, I mean, across the nation, we're pushing for less screen time. Why do we need Canvas? I mean, I have used it. When I was teaching, I used Canvas, and there's nothing beats a teacher standing in front of a whiteboard or a blackboard. You know, I think we should be getting rid of screen time instead of staying with Canvas.
Less, yeah.
I think balance is what's going to be important. I think you're right. A teacher in front of a student is, in everything that we've learned in education, that's the best model you can possibly have. I don't think anybody would question you there, no matter how that looks. Our responsibility as public educators is also to prepare this generation that's in school for the world that they're going to enter. And so we have to find a fair balance between what we believe is the best education and also what we know they will have to understand and learn outside in the community. So I think screen time is certainly a conversation that many school divisions, including ours, need to have moving forward, because I think coming out of COVID, we were leaning heavy on screen time, and we had to. But moving away from that is certainly a conversation that folks are having across the state and probably across the country. I think balance is the key word, and making sure that we find out the best way to support both of those initiatives is key, in my opinion. Moving on. Last goal is our safe, secure, and healthy learning environments. So again, Project Kind right now is our character education program across the division. It's actually been very successful. Those that have used it on the elementary, middle, and high school really talk about how it provides good lessons that our students can learn in the absence of really character education anywhere else. You guys know that we're currently using the Office on Youth for discipline programs. We use it for substance abuse. And they also have a mini course on making good decision making. So we've used those a number of times with disciplinary infractions. The renewal for that is $16,000. At the high school, when we're talking about physical improvements to our facilities, King George High School needs to replace some of their analog security cameras and really pick up some of those blind spots that they have at the high school right now. The camera system that we have is good, but there's certainly some areas that need some improvement. The fourth thing there.
Dr. Boyd, real quick, sorry.
Yes.
Does that grant that we normally get every year, is that going to apply to the?
School security grant helps out with some of that, not all of it, but it will take a portion of that. And it's often that school security grant contributes to really anything that's school security related.
Is that renewed every year?
We apply for it every year.
Oh, okay.
We get a varying amount of money from the state every year, depending on a number of factors.
Okay.
I have a question about that too. Remember when we went to the Northern Neck Technical Center and they had that? Have you guys looked into, they said that wasn't that expensive. Was that true? Because that was amazing.
So the difference at so we have a similar camera system as Northern Neck Technical Center. What they have right now is cameras in their classrooms.
Okay.
And I thought that's a conversation that we've brought back to the school board office and we've talked about a little bit. It was only a couple weeks ago. It's certainly a conversation that we'll continue to have. I'd be interested in a number of stakeholders' input on that, teachers, parents, and get a better idea. Seeing it at Northern Neck Technical Center and talking to those teachers, they really liked it. They thought it
Had
was
very few discipline problems.
they had very few discipline problems. So
Backup, yeah.
it's something that it's a conversation I think we'll keep having at the school board office. Tech 5 is the new Virginia State Police fingerprinting system. So all of our employees, volunteers, anybody that has a relationship with the school division, we're responsible for doing background checks on, pretty intensive background checks. The Virginia State Police have upgraded their fingerprinting system, and as a result, everybody that uses that system also has to update. So that's the cost of that update. And then finally, we have $45,000 in the budget for some exterior security door repair and replacement. We've got a few places in the school division right now that I won't mention, but that need some doors that need some repairs. We're working through some of those, but these security doors are expensive and they're all functional right now. They all work, but we need to make sure that we need to make sure that we're on top of them and we take care of the needed updates as they come online.
Madam Chair, I have a question about this. Not a question, but a comment about this. And I talked about this from the last time we were reviewing the strategic plan. And I think this is super important that we consider things that from a security perspective that are going to be proactive versus retroactive. So I understand the need of updating cameras where in the schools where we can see what's going on. But ultimately what we're doing is we're going back and looking at things that have happened versus being proactive to avoid things happening, right? And like when Ms. Hoover just was talking about the cameras in the classroom, let's get a price on it. We know that is deterring the disruption in the class. And again, that's not necessarily being proactive, but it is, we know that it's helping in other school divisions. Why are we not able, why can't we put it in our budget? Can we do that?
Put what in our budget?
Put those cameras in our budget.
For classroom.
So that potentially could be this. Again, we're on the front end of this. We've only seen this at Northern Neck Technical Center. We want to really kind of vet this with our staff and vet this with our community to see if it's something, to see if we get any type of pushback there. I don't think we will. I think it's a good idea. I can tell you the cost to outfit every one of our classrooms is going to be substantial. Now, that wouldn't stop us from putting it in the budget. That's something we can certainly do. Is there any other, I can tell you we've looked at other technologies. So there's Zero Eyes, which basically you can use in your cameras outside of your school division. I mean, outside of your school buildings, they're your exterior cameras, and they have the ability to alert law enforcement if somebody is walking on campus with a non-concealed firearm. That's a technology we can look into. That's proactive. There's other technologies out there like that right now. Not a ton though that we've been able to put our finger on outside of the metal detectors the weapon detection systems that we brought in last year. Another thing that we're really interested in that I think would improve the safety and security of our students that I've looked into in the past is the stop arm cameras for our school buses.
That's what I was just going to say.
Yeah, we're always usually when school starts, we're always getting emails and Facebook posts about cars driving past school buses. I can tell you when we looked into that, the cost was substantial. It was very expensive for a school division of our size. Most school divisions that have employed that technology are your Fairfaxes and Loudons and larger school divisions that have that money, honestly.
So I thank you for that. And I guess my point is it would be a good idea for us to explore where maybe our threats are. And I mean, can the sheriff department come in and take a look at it and tell us maybe you could put these cameras here and some sort of technology, to your point, that's going to alert us, because we can't have, we're not watching the cameras, right? So we don't have somebody like watching those cameras all day. So that's what I mean. We're being retroactive. Something happens, oh, let's go look at the camera, versus here's a camera and we're going to catch you before you do it. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying. So every year, and really, if you want, you can, this time around, if I would invite you to do this process with us. We have to do a annual security inventory. It's a binder probably about 3 times the size of the one that you guys have for the budget. And it involves the sheriff's department. We do it over the summer. It takes a look, it audits our physical structures. It looks at everything from fencing to bushes around the school division. It evaluates our camera system. It evaluates entry and controlled access. It goes through all of those things that we have right now. Our Raptor system, which anyone that walks in our building has to run their driver's license. It goes through all of those systems. And every year we turn that into the state and work with our sheriff's department to do so, and then get feedback from the state and DCJS on how we are in terms of security in the school division. I can show you that from the past and make you part of the next go around with that if you.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. One more question too, sorry.
Yep.
Last year, we had an SRO being added to the middle school, and I think that has gone over really big. He's been a tremendous help. I can tell from what I see at the middle school and what I've been hearing. And how did we get that extra person, and how can we get more? I mean, I think that they're very valuable.
So right now we have 5 SROs at each school, which are local deputies. And then what you're referring to that we got last year is SSOs, school security officers. And we have 2 currently right now. We have one at the high school and one at the middle school. Those are partially grant funded and partially local funded for 5 years. We'll apply for those and continue to apply for those with everyone across the Commonwealth. I can tell you, in talking to other superintendents right now, they're usually awarded at secondary schools. They haven't made them down to the elementary schools yet. But of course, we don't always have to go through the grant either. If we think that new positions for SSOs are important at our schools, that's something that we can consider in the local budget if we think appropriate.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so again, I'm going to give you guys kind of a summary. The budget book that you have right there, you can look at every tab in that budget book and you will see the bottom line for every tab. So for example, there's a technology section in the budget book. The total bottom line for increases in technology is $212,000. If you go through the entire budget book and it has all of the departments and all of the schools, the bottom line difference is $1.4 million. I'll tell you the same thing I told you guys last year, and really our Board of Supervisors as well. Knowing where we are locally, knowing where we want to be with our Board of Supervisors, and attempting to manage this budget, we've really tried to make this the kind of lights on budget in terms of the budget builder. We haven't added a lot of things in there. You guys can take a look at that and see a lot of the increases are inflationary increases. You'll see a big increase in the cost of diesel fuel, which is referenced in the operations and maintenance section. Technology has a relatively big increase because of the cost of these programs that are going up everywhere. And then again, you see a big cost in the increase in instruction, and that mainly has to do with that history and social sciences curriculum that we have to purchase.
Dr. Boyd, down at the bottom of that, we talked, it's got the schools that are there. High school, 6,000, middle school, 3,000. What is all of that for?
So those are just increases from this year over next. The 5 schools have 2 funds that they access school board funds for. So basically that's office supplies and instructional materials. So those 2 areas, each one of our schools has a small amount of money that they receive from the school board office for those items. So that's all the things that all the supplies that a teacher needs. You know, a teacher needs a stapler, whatever it is. You know how when you were a teacher at the end of the year, you place an order for whatever it is you need for the following year.
And then I see here that the difference between King George L and Potomac is a little over $4,000.
Yeah, so if you look into the budget book, these are just the differences. Take a look into the budget book and you'll see that they're not starting at the same starting line. They have different areas where they start. So you'll see maybe one school had less money than another.
I think if I remember correctly, last year, the high school didn't.
It was actually Potomac didn't ask for anything. There was no increase in Potomac.
Yeah, it's very small. Yeah, and honestly, when you look at our total budget, that's a very, very small fraction. Additional staffing requests. So what I've shown you here is the staffing requests that we received. And again, it is my responsibility to give you guys a needs-based budget. So based on the feedback I receive from folks at the school board office and our principals, these are all of the requests that we received. I will let you know that because our enrollment is shrinking, what we have instructed principals and school board office staff is to take a look at shifting some resources and not think in the vein of asking for additional positions because our enrollment numbers are dropping. So for example, if we have somebody that is going to retire or leave King George County through attrition, we're going to look at shifting resources to address some of these staff needs and not through a request for a new position. So this budget season, we will not request any new positions. And I can tell you that we know exactly what the priorities are in terms of these positions. We know we need math teachers at the high school. We know we need a special education teacher at Potomac Elementary School. We know we need an ESOL teacher across the division at the middle school. We know where these priorities are. And we will work internally to address these priorities. And we do not need to ask for new positions in this budget cycle.
Dr. Ward, one question for the high school, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it says behavior specialist. I would think that elementary schools need a behavior specialist much more than the high school does. I mean, our biggest behavior problems at the high school comes from social promotion rather than, I just think this behavior specialist would be much better at the elementary schools.
So you're planting seeds now, Mr. Frank, because you're giving our elementary folks ideas. But I certainly hear and understand what you're saying.
If you'll remember, 4 years ago, I brought that up.
Yeah, you
said
did.
We needed behavior specialists and mental health specialists at the elementary schools.
You did.
Dr. Boyd, I have a question about, I see we were adding a clinic assistant at the middle school, but I thought that the high school,
So these are not, these all
we're
will
not
not,
adding, we're just shifting around.
no, these are all the ones that were requested. Some of them, and I've gotten feedback from you guys in
Okay,
terms
all
of which, so I'm clear on what it is that we want to do from the board level. All of these are the ones that are requested, not necessarily satisfied. And the ones that I hope we will be able to satisfy are the ones that I just mentioned in terms of priority.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
All right, so really, if you break down our budget, there's 4 areas where there's usually cost increases. Those 4 areas are compensation, health insurance, the budget builder, and then additional staffing requests. So what you see on the left-hand side is those 4 categories. What you see in the middle is the factor that we wish to increase those by. And on the far right-hand side, you'll see the total cost for those initiatives. And again, those are not total costs to the locality. Those are total costs to the school division, which would be divided up among state funds, federal funds, and local funds. So now we look at revenue and expenditures. This is where kind of the rubber meets the road. This is where we marry the budget request with the revenue that we believe we'll receive from those different entities. So FY26 in this table here on the left-hand side is this year's budget. So currently we receive just over $39 million from the state. And then we have some federal funds, smaller amounts, and some state funds. This is stuff like our grants. This is impact aid money. This is Medicaid reimbursements. Those are the smaller funds there. So $39 million from the state. And if you look all the way down at the bottom, the local request this year that we received was $26,328,370. Now, if you go over to the slightly darker blue section in the middle there, what you see is the numbers currently based on the governor's proposed budget. So again, this is the first rendition of this. We will probably see another rendition of this based on Governor Spanberger's amendments, and then we will most certainly see another rendition of this based on what comes out of the General Assembly session. So right now, based on all that was presented this evening, and based on an enrollment projected of 4,230 students, we believe our state funds will increase to $40,902,526. And that's a state increase of basically $1.2 million. We don't put an adjustment in right now for those smaller federal and state funds because we honestly don't know what those are going to be yet. We usually keep those about the same year over year. And the important number, as you go all the way down to the bottom, is the increase locally would be up to $28,445,785. So the important number is that's a budget increase of $2,117,375. So again, when we go to right now, based on everything that we've presented this evening, and there's still a lot of variables that could change. Healthcare could change. Most certainly, the governor's budget is going to change. In the General Assembly, all of this could change. But I can tell you, based on that budget presentation, the $2 million is a fairly conservative number if you go back to our other budget presentations that we've presented in the past, based on the governor's budget. So I feel good and very confident about this budget request, given its state right now, knowing that some of the variables will change, hopefully for the better. But as it stands this evening, what the request would be to the local government would be $2.1 million. Is there any questions about that?
I have a question that I should probably know the answer to,
Okay.
but I'm going to ask it anyways. That increase of health insurance, do we get any funding help with that, or does that all get pushed off on the locality?
That would all, well, it doesn't all get pushed off on the locality. It would be split up between the state, federal, and local money. But basically, our entire budget would be responsible for covering that difference, the $1.3 million.
But they do, it goes into the calculation of the percentage that everybody else pays.
Say that again?
Like the state, it goes in the percentage. Okay.
It goes into it just, so you take all of our revenue and then you fit our cost into all of our revenue is state, federal, and local, all of that. You take all of our costs and plug it into that. So healthcare, one of our costs, will be shared by those different sources of revenue.
Okay. Thank you.
It's important to note that right now, this budget request is estimated for the school board covering the $1.3 million. Okay, so that if you remember, our options right now in terms of healthcare are for the school board to cover it at $1.3 million, or to share the cost with the employer, which would be about $1 million, $300,000 difference. And again, that's based on an 18% increase, which we hope is conservative and gets a little bit better. Right now, that $2.1 million request to our locality is considering the school board covering the cost of healthcare. Okay, so there's a lot of variability in that conversation as well. Okay. All right, we're responsible every year to break this down by the appropriation categories. So I always provide this. Again, this is just year over year. The appropriation categories are instruction, technology, administration, transportation, operations and maintenance, facilities, and those are the 6 major appropriation categories. Fund 250 and Fund 52 are our school lunch program and our grants. And you can see the differences. And again, it averages out the same way the last slide did with $2.1 million. But you can see where that money is going into those different areas. The main increase is in instruction because the main increase is in teacher salaries. Okay? I can stop there. Unless you guys have any questions.
We could keep our electric bill down if we didn't have air conditioning blowing on us when it's 20 degrees outside, just saying.
For us follically impaired people, that's pretty bad.
Follically impaired.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Boyd, for doing that. Yes. All right. Moving on to our student representatives. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the school board, administration, teachers, and guests. My name is Jake Glover, and I'm one of your student representatives. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight and share some updates on what's been happening in our school community. As we move into February, we are about halfway through the school year, and it's been encouraging to see the continued growth taking place across academics, activities, and school culture. I want to start by highlighting student achievements. Our Skills USA students recently competed at the Virginia District Championships, where Anna Cox earned a gold medal in architectural drafting, and Ben Cogley and Andrew Franzo placed 4th in manufacturing. These students will now advance to the Skills USA Virginia State Championships from March 9th through March 11th in Virginia Beach, which is an incredible accomplishment and a reflection in the strength of our career and technical education programs. February is also Career and Technical Education Month, and King George High School offers over 50 CTE classes, along with 8 career and technical student organizations, including Skills USA, FBLA, DECA, HOSA, NJROTC, and more. These programs provide hands-on learning, leadership opportunities, and real-world career preparations for our students. Our NJROTC program has another major achievement to celebrate. The NJROTC Air Rifle Team are the 2025-2026 state champions, continuing to a strong tradition of excellence and discipline. Along with the NJROTC Drill Team has its eyes set on states coming on February 28th. In athletics, our swim team recently held our senior night last week, recognizing the dedication of our senior athletes. Your King George Swim Foxes went undefeated this year, and we wish them luck moving into the postseason as we now prepare for districts. The arts are also thriving at King George High School. The Drama Club will present Too Many Detectives at the Murder Mansion on February 27th, and upcoming school events like the Sweetheart Dance on February 21st, where the girls ask the guys this time instead of the guys asking the girls, and then prom on April 18th. Continue to bring students together and build school spirit. For our juniors and seniors, the Fredericksburg Internship Expo on February 17th provides valuable opportunities to gain connections with local businesses, explore career paths, and gain real-world experience. While we look ahead, we have exciting senior events coming up, including Senior Picnic, Sunrise, and Scholarship Night. These events mark important milestones and give our seniors the chance to celebrate their accomplishments together. It's also an exciting time for the class of 2026, as King George seniors are beginning to receive college acceptance letters, including acceptances to large universities and competitive schools. Seeing these opportunities open up for more students is incredibly exciting and motivating. In addition, our senior government classes recently had the opportunity to meet with 2 members of the board and supervisors and 2 school board members. Thank you, Mr. Frank and Ms. Cleveland, for coming out and taking the time to speak with students and help connect classroom learning with real-world leadership. Finally, I want to touch on our school safety. While in addition to metal detectors was controversial at first, we've seen a positive growth throughout this year. From the beginning of the year when we had my steel-toe boots setting off the metal detectors first day, we've gone great lengths where it's a lot smoother now and we don't have as many issues in the high school. So I think that's a positive that we've had this year so far. Overall, halfway through the school year, King George High School continues to demonstrate growth, achievement, and resilience, from academics and career readiness to athletics, the arts, student leadership. There's a lot to be proud of. Thank you guys for your time tonight, your continued support, and everything you do for King George students. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight, and I hope you guys have a safe time while we battle this winter weather.
Thank you, Jake. Any questions or comments from the board? All right. Moving on to the consent agenda, meeting minutes for January 7th, organizational meeting January 7th, and regular meeting. Need a motion to approve.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the minutes from the January 7th organizational meeting and the January 7th regular meeting as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. All right, donations, Dr. Boyd?
Yes, I think we just have one this evening. Yes, Madam Chair, we have one this evening from the James Madison Garden Club to Potomac Elementary School in the amount of $400. This is for their garden club and native plants.
All right, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I recommend that the school board approve the donation of $400 from the James Madison Garden Club for the Potomac Elementary Garden Club.
All right. A second? Any second?
Second.
All those in, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. All right. Action items, do we do the one first or?
Yeah, so we'll do the acceptance of funds
Okay,
first.
okay.
I'll go ahead with that. So we have one of our very own, Miss Jessie Bryant from King George Preschool, was awarded a classroom mini grant in the amount of $452 after applying for the Virginia Professional Educator Classroom Mini Grant. So what we would be responsible for this evening is accepting those funds and allowing Miss Bryant to use those in her classroom. And you can see a description there, a very detailed description on what she's using those for in her classroom. So this evening, I would ask for a motion to accept grant funds in the amount of $452 from the Virginia Professional Educators.
I move that we accept the mini grant of $452 for the Virginia Professional Education's Classroom mini grant.
Second.
Any discussion? I just want to say one thing, is how important it is to apply for even the small ones, because that money will go far in a classroom.
Absolutely.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. And then we have the April 21st special election conversation.
Yes, Madam Chair. So I have shared with you some correspondence that I've received from Lori Gump, our registrar in King George County. And initially, she sent on letterhead notification that Virginia would be possibly be having special elections on either April 21st or April 28th, and then also August 18th or August 25th. I then received some follow-up correspondence from her
that said April 21st, they are scheduling to have a special election. I've been watching the news to see what was going on there in terms of this is all in relation to the Democratic Party's effort to redistrict. There was in the last couple days a court out of Tazewell, Virginia, who basically put a hold on that initiative. So I reached out to Lori today and asked her, where are we with this, and should the school board consider April 21st still to be a special election? Her response today was that as far as she knows from her channels, she says, my understanding is that April 21st is still a go. I talked with our legislative team yesterday, and that is the word. I think the best course of action is to let the school board know that it's going to happen. And then if I hear anything from the state, I'll certainly let you know. Something will be determined very soon because March 6th is the date of early voting for that April 21st election date. So what does that mean for the school division? Right now, April 21st is a school day for us. So if it does, and it sounds like it is, going to be an election day, then our schools are our polling places. So what we would request to do is make April 21st a teacher work day. Teachers can come to the schools on that day and make it an asynchronous school day for our students. That way they will plan ahead to provide the instruction asynchronously, and students won't miss that day of school. And it'll also provide our teachers an opportunity to have another work day if we can't be in our building to conduct school due to the election.
We will communicate this to parents like far in advance so that they'll know their kids will be home and need guidance, I suppose, because I know in the past we've changed the last minute and had a lot of comments from parents about how they, were pressed for daycare or whatever. And so my recommendation is publicize it a lot, and soon.
So if I agree with you. If that's the will of the board, what we would have to do this evening, and our next conversation is about snow days, so this leads into that. But the thing we would have to do for this particular issue is to make a motion to approve a change in the school calendar to make April 21st a teacher work day and an asynchronous day for students, assuming everybody's on board with that, so that we can make sure that families in our community is aware as early as possible.
Dr. Boyd, this thing about having to provide lunch on asynchronous days, how's that going to affect it? Because a lot of the cafeteria at the high school is where they vote.
So what we would have to do is, because we know in advance, what we could probably do is send them home the day prior with a meal for the following day. Man.
That makes absolutely, having to provide a lunch on an asynchronous day makes absolutely no sense. I
know.
I have no idea where that.
Yeah, and honestly, we'll talk about that with the school day conversation, but there was some legislation a few years ago which provided school divisions the opportunity to provide asynchronous instruction in emergencies, COVID, snowstorm. It was only recently, within the last couple of weeks, that we received notification that on those asynchronous days, one of the requirements was to provide meals. So many school divisions, I can tell you in talking to other superintendents, have scrambled the last couple days, even to provide just a couple days of asynchronous over this winter storm. Moving forward, talking to Ms. Davis and really seeing what was able to be accomplished today, I think it's something we can do. I will say this, and this is more probably for the snow day conversation. This is really a conversation about meeting seat time and meeting instructional minutes. This is not a conversation about quality instruction. What we talked about earlier tonight, Mr. Frank, about being in front of a teacher is by far the best possible education that we can provide students in our community. That's why what we'll talk about here in a little bit is some makeup days and things that would be more effective in terms of providing education than asynchronous days. But when we get into situations like we are now and like we will be on April 21st, I think it can be a happy medium as long as we can connect the dots on those things. So that's really what we're trying to do here.
I think the necessity for the food is because a lot of times children only get to eat when they're at school, and it's providing them food for those kids that don't get food at home.
I understand.
It does put a bind on what we're able to do, but I think that's the reason behind it.
Madam Chair, I have a question about this. And just because I'm just throwing it out there as a discussion with the board, would it make more sense to switch a teacher workday so that way the kids can be off and the teachers wouldn't have to worry about doing the asynchronous? Would they prefer that?
I think they would prefer that, but I think it's going to tie into our next conversation about makeup days. So since we're kind of in this conversation now, we knew going into this storm that really 7 days was kind of a magic number for us when it came to calculating instructional minutes, which we have to calculate. 990 is the magic number there. And really seat time for some of our courses that require certifications and things of that nature. So our instructional staff is responsible for calculating minutes. We knew that when we hit 7 days, we needed to start coming up with some ideas and some plans. Tomorrow, we will hit 7 days. So we had 2 in December, and now this entire week, we've been off. And really, in talking to a lot of people, next week is still not out of the range of possibilities. So with that said, we really need to focus on how we stay close to that 7-day threshold. So sure, teacher workdays would be valued, but we need to make sure that we're providing the instructional time. So whatever we consider in the conversation concerning the election and the next conversation of snow makeup days, it all should come back to making sure that we are staying at or below that 7-day threshold, which we meet tomorrow. Does that make sense?
Okay. So what do we want to do with the April 21st day?
So go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. What do you recommend?
My recommendation, and again, the next conversation is going to be part of it, but because this is an action item, my recommendation for that day would be to make it a teacher work day for our staff and an asynchronous day for our students. We still get the instructional minutes, and we still provide our teachers the opportunity to get work done in their classroom. And really, unlike this winter storm, April 21st is far enough out that we can provide the time for our instructional staff to make plans to provide asynchronous instruction on that day.
Are we able to take action on this when we
want to
talk about the snow days? Can we wait and take action on this?
So.
Just
Can we
we're
make-
on-
Can we make one motion to change the calendar, including this and what we're going to talk about next? Okay.
Yes, yeah, makes sense.
Okay. Mrs. Cleveland. You have some questions regarding our next conversation with the snow days. You had written some stuff for all of us. Well, we're going to blend it because I think people need more understanding on the board before we vote on it. You know,
You want me to give you an overview of where we are with snow days?
yes.
Okay.
You have some questions.
All right. So again, what I mentioned before is tomorrow will mark the 7th day that we've missed. 7 day is kind of a trigger. So we want to make sure that whatever we consider moving forward, we're staying below that 7-day threshold. That's going to give us enough seat time. That's going to give us enough instructional minutes to satisfy state requirements. Keep in mind that April 21st now is another day that's floating out there that could either become day 8 or whatever we decide to do with it. And again, we don't know how many more snow days we're going to have right now. Looking forward, what we have in our school calendar is in terms of makeup days, if we choose to have students come to school, February 9th, which is soon, was scheduled as a parent-teacher conference day. Of course, that's important but so is making sure our kids are in school. But it's soon. So February 9th could turn from a parent-teacher conference day to a school day in lieu of the parent-teacher conferences. The next day that we have in the calendar is February 16th. This is President's Day. This is a holiday for students and staff. The next day that we have is March 13th. March 13th is currently a teacher workday. Following March 13th, March 30th to April 3rd is spring break. April 6th is the Monday following spring break. And then beyond that is May 22nd. That's the very last day of school. That's the Friday before Memorial Day, which is currently a teacher workday. Any of those could become school days.
So I'm just going to put it right out there. I personally don't think that we should take, first of all, President's Day, and second of all, the Easter or spring break or whatever. I think those two dates that's my personal opinion. My only concern is if we have any more snow days, right? Which is entirely possible. So I would recommend right off the bat, the February 9th to the March 13th. After that, I don't know how everybody else feels, but if we have to take away President's Day, but spring break, I think we've experienced that in the past.
There's usually a lot of folks at this point that have made
Right.
plans for that week, and
How many days do we have to make up?
so currently, as of tomorrow, we don't have to make up any. We're good. If we get any additional snow days, and now the election day, that's when we have to begin making up.
So this is just a prep.
Dr. Boyd, at what point, if we get any additional snow days, if next week is out, at what point do we come in with a waiver from the state to make on that seat time?
There's not a hard number on that. Usually, I don't know. I'll have to see where the new governor is with that. I know they've declared a state of emergency. I haven't heard any other superintendents talking about right now whether or not they're going to waive seat time requirements. Everyone's still in the mindset of making up instructional time.
Okay, and if we added additional minutes to each day, how would that affect this?
So we did a calculation of that, and I'm trying to remember what that calculation was. 5 minutes was okay. So Aaron remembers if we added 5 minutes to the school day from that day moving forward, wasn't it? So we lost a week. If we add 5 minutes to the day every day for the rest of the school year, it was one additional day of school made up.
Okay.
Now we've done that in the past. We've extended the school day by up to 30 minutes. Which has its challenges for families and everything else. We've gone to school on teacher work days. I think we've done President's Day in the past. We usually try to stay away from spring break. We've extended the school year in the past, and we've had Saturday school in the past.
I remember Saturday school.
Yeah, that was many years ago. That's not in fashion too much anymore.
I remember it.
Even
Right.
though asynchronous days aren't optimal, could we do that instead of taking the days away from the work day or the conference days and all that? I mean, that's an option too.
Yeah, that is an option. I've talked about that with our instructional staff to, when we get back in the office tomorrow, begin coming up with really an asynchronous plan that we can roll out effectively. There are challenges associated with that. Right now, our secondary students have access to Chromebooks. Our elementary school students do not. Even with access to Chromebooks, many students in our community still do not have internet access. So there are a lot of challenges. We do believe right now offering meals is something that we can accomplish. It's a challenge, but we can address that challenge. And I think we can come up with an asynchronous plan if we have some time to think through that. It might look a little different on the elementary level than it does on the high school level. I think with the Chromebook at home, we can probably provide some asynchronous material via the Chromebook, and you don't need connectivity. At the elementary level, it's probably going to be paper and pencil that we'll have to send home. And it's going to have to probably be, because we're planning ahead, the other challenge with this is that it's going to be more review kind of work. It's not something where we're going to stay on track with the curriculum because we're planning so far ahead to be prepared for this. If we were to say an asynchronous day is going to happen tomorrow, we would throw all the teachers that would have to provide all of that instruction almost immediately. That would be a huge, huge challenge for our teachers and our copying machines and everyone in between. So what we would have to do is plan a few asynchronous days ahead of time, which would probably create more generic type of content and curriculum review stuff. And again, you know, when we're sending, this is what we ran into with COVID and any other time we've tried asynchronous, you know, it's a much less controlled environment when we send it home, and they're responsible for doing it at home. It's not like a controlled environment in a classroom. So some of our children, some of our students have great study environments at home. Some of our students don't have that opportunity. So when we talk about how we're going to grade these materials when they come back into school, we really have to think through what that means when it's not really a level playing field for some of our students in their houses in terms of completing the assignments. Nonetheless, I think right now, I'm in favor with Ms. Hoover's suggestion of February 9th, although it being soon, that being a school day as opposed to a parent-teacher conference day would be a good use of that time. And March 13th, I think that's far enough out that we probably could make that an asynchronous day, which would include instruction and provide our teachers enough time to make good plans for that day to be asynchronous and make it a teacher work day. And that would put us 2 days in the positive, right? Outside of the election date.
Well, not to change things up, but how hard is it to adjust a schedule by, I wouldn't say 5 minutes, maybe 15? I mean, is that really hard in terms of transportation and making everybody's day longer?
I mean, if it's everyone, that's usually more manageable than just the elementary school or something of that nature.
Because if we did that now, and if 5 minutes gives us one day, then 15 or 20, you know, and then we have more snow days, and then we're not really taking any days away from anybody. I don't know. It's just a thought. I don't know what everybody else thinks.
Dr. Board, can we make a decision on this at our next meeting, which is the 9th of Feb? And that way, next week we'll be out of the way. And if there is
Well, that would take,
a storm coming in, we'll be able to, you know, we'll know more about where we're going.
We can.
Will that give us time enough to, you know?
That just eliminates February 9th as a consideration because our next meeting is on the 9th, but we still have opportunities.
I just want to give them, go ahead.
What do other members of the board think about waiting till?
I had a question. What level of snow clearing do you want to see in the community before, like, we can get back to school?
Yeah, so right now, many of our neighborhood roads are not suitable for school buses. I can tell you that, and honestly, I don't know that it's going to be man is not going to move that snow. It's going to be Mother Nature that's going to move that snow. So I didn't think this at the beginning of the week, but I'm starting to worry a little bit about next week and what that looks like. Because if you look at the forecast, it doesn't go above freezing until Monday. I think it hits 37. And there's a few days after that, maybe that we get close to that, but we're gonna need some help from Mother Nature. And I know VDOT and everyone else is working, but this snowstorm was unique. I mean, this was one for the ages. It's packed ice right now. So to answer your question, we're a long ways right now from me putting a 26,000 pound bus even down my neighborhood road, my truck drifts down that road alone. A school bus would be a dangerous situation. Yeah, so I'm concerned about that.
Okay. My concern I feel like we're putting a lot of pressure on the teachers to pick up this because we don't want to miss President's Day. One missed President's Day isn't going to kill us. I'm as patriotic as they get, but we're going to put all this like pressure. We're saying, hey, parents get involved, but then we're going to take that away just so we can have President's Day. That's my concern. So my suggestion would be we need to keep parent-teachers conference day if possible, have a synchronous day on President's Day, so they still get to stay home, whatever, but they're still doing classes. Keep the teacher work day, and I don't want to take the Monday after spring break, but use the Monday after spring break. But give the teachers those two very important days, a teacher work day and a parent conference day. We're putting all the pressure on them to carry this because we don't want to miss President's Day.
There's a lot of pressure.
So that would be my suggestion. I don't want to take that Monday away because I know that gives them a chance to get back in, but we have to do something. And to me, that would be the easiest way without taking spring break, teacher work day, or the conference day. We miss President's Day, and Monday from spring break would be school day or synchronous learning.
And to Mr. Frank's point, if the board is not on, if the board is not considering February 9th, I think we can wait until our next board meeting to consider any changes, because I think this is also something that you would probably want to vet with some of your constituents and talk to some parents and talk to some family. Just talk to folks and see what they think. And I think you guys know well enough now.
Can we have somebody come talk to us?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I was
Yeah.
we asked.
Also, if we take
Yes,
February
there
9th, I think that will get, it's very soon. You know, February 9th is probably too soon to tell every parents, hey, by the way, we're changing things in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we want y'all involved, but we're taking it away now.
So waiting.
Can you come up and talk with us? Can we let her come and talk to us?
I think the teachers would appreciate you waiting till the 9th. I think that, you're probably going to get some input from staff, and they would appreciate that input if given the opportunity to vet it. So I would say, Mr. Frank's idea about waiting is totally appropriate.
So that would take the 9th off the table then. That's fine with me.
What,
Yeah.
Great idea.
The only concern is then we put parents in a position where they have to be, at least for the younger kids, right? They have to make arrangements for
They already do.
they already do.
It's
the 9th. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a teacher conference day.
Yeah.
Are they able to work on that? Can the teachers have planning next week if the school is closed? Do they have access to their computers where they can work from home and get the teachers' conferences planned, get the asynchronous work planned?
I think we would need at least a day of, particularly our elementary school teachers need to have access to the students at some point.
We wouldn't be able to be off all week. So if we're off on Friday, they wouldn't be able to get the stuff to them on Monday.
You mean the whole week if we were?
can't
If we're off for the whole week, which, yeah, I don't know if
That'll be a big problem. We'll have an even bigger problem than what we have right now.
We couldn't open the school on the weekend for staff to come in and get I'm sorry?
Yeah,
Yeah.
terrible.
Boyd said, man, it's not gonna do it. Like, we're asking our custodians and our maintenance crew there, and Dr. Boyd was out, our principals have been out there. It's a lot. So I just don't know.
Is there something we can do ahead of time, like for snow days, for teachers to know, take everything home just in case? Do we need a policy or something, or?
We sent out a message that said, be prepared with your stuff.
That was
at home.
today.
It's really not, it's not bad.
That was
'cause
today,
I can
though.
tell you, a lot of our teachers,
Dr. Boyd,
I was going to say this in my comment, a lot of our teachers are doing that and prepared. I'm sorry, you were going to say something, Colleen? It's access to our students. It's not whether or not they can work at home and be prepared. It's the ability to make sure that they have an interaction with our students so that particularly our elementary school students that are probably going to be paper and pencil can receive that work before we have an asynchronous day.
Could they email the parents? I'm just trying to think outside the box here because if we are really out of school the entire week, we have to think out of the box
Yeah.
because Monday they're going to need to have an asynchronous day. I mean, if not, then we're going to have to take the whole spring break away. And I know that people don't want to do that.
I know.
Dr. Ward, can I ask the principals, what would you like as far as add time to the day or cancel the days? What would you like?
You want to speak?
At this point, the day in those increments would be effective at the elementary level. Our schedule is there's so many layers to our schedule that adding 5 minutes at the end or 10 minutes at the end, we would have to, there's so many pieces that would have to shift to allow them to be instructional time. In asynchronous, give effective tools to use at home for families. Ms. Cleveland, to your point about emailing families, that's a great idea, but as we know, a lot of our students don't have access to internet, and a lot of our families don't check the emails on a regular basis for that content. So at the elementary level, we need to get it in their hand, get it in their backpack, and give them that instruction for the kids and the paper. And we also send electronic home as well, so there's multiple facets that we can get this information.
And I totally agree with you. I mean, it takes care of our seat time, but it's not very effective for the students. You and I have both seen that, it's not very effective for the students.
The other thing you have to consider today is we're going to have to pay people, our hourly people, more money to stay to cover that.
So we're waiting till next meeting to decide.
Is that the will of the
Or we
board?
take action on, take Dr. Nice's suggestion about the 9th, which is a good idea as well.
If they can get in the classroom.
Right, provided that we do go to school next week.
Yes. I think that we should do that. That way
What happens
if
if
not,
they
we'll have
can't?
to have a special meeting and come back in here.
Yeah.
So plan for a synchronous learning on Monday, and then if they can't get in, what's the backup?
Then we're going to have to figure it out the next time.
She said they'll make it work.
We'll make it work. Okay.
No, packets at school. Oh,
That's what we've done.
I think Ms. Capel just said she was going to take all the packets to all the kids.
I mean, we would just have to relook at it at the next meeting, which we would have to do anyway. So at this point, we would have to do it anyways, relook at it if it doesn't happen, which it's going to be even worse at that point. So we might as well take action today if we can on something.
So do we need to make an amendment to take an action item? Just make this an action item?
We can just do a motion.
Make a motion?
We just need a motion to make the 9th an asynchronous day. Right?
And what did we decide about the 21st? Are we going to make that an asynchronous day as well?
We're going to wait till the 9th.
Wait till the 9th.
Okay, so just to make sure, because it wasn't on the agenda, but we added it to the agenda, so we can make an action. Okay, go ahead. Somebody want to make a motion?
I make a motion, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we make February the 9th an asynchronous day.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, chair votes aye, motion carries.
As much as I dislike screen time.
So March 9th will be synchronous learning.
So I did have,
February 9th, sorry. Thank you, Scott.
I did have a discussion. Sorry, can I just make sure? So in the event that the students aren't going to school next week, we're going to have to reevaluate that though. because we're not going to be able to give them the
The work.
packets.
Yeah.
So
We need to change it to in the event that they can't get to school, it's going to be asynchronous. Or like Mrs. Gable said,
We'll
that,
figure it out.
well, that you
Let's just go forward with figuring it out right now.
have like the packets at the school and the parents can pick up. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we've done in the past too. COVID, we did that.
What about the parents who can't pick them up? Mail it? If they let you know, I guess. But you're going to have a lot that doesn't do anything.
Yeah. There will be. We've made it non-graded too in the past because of those reasons.
So do we need to say anything about that, or we're just going to figure it out?
We'll figure it out. Let's keep it as an asynchronous day and we'll figure it out.
Nice. Are making this so much easier. Thank you. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have School Board Code of Conduct. Dr.
What
Boyd.
about April 21st?
Wait. We're going to wait till March 9th school board meeting.
Okay.
Wait, did we take the vote?
We did vote, didn't we? Oh, well, she made a discussion, so do we need to revote? We did vote, and then she went back and said, well, she had more questions after we voted, but it didn't change the vote.
Boards
Yeah,
in
we're
favor.
good, yeah.
Okay.
All right, School Board Code of Conduct, everybody's got to sign it. If you have hopefully read it, it's from the VSBA. Do we turn that into you? Oh, you have it here? Perfect.
Dr. Ward, what is this?
What is it?
Yes.
So this is something we receive annually from VSBA. It's their code of conduct for school board members. Basically, it has a list of pretty generic. Yeah.
I see all of that, but why?
To be honest with you, I couldn't tell you whether or not there's any type of, as a member school of VSBA, it's something that they send to us that in the past, all school board members have signed off on. I don't know that there's a consequence or an award or or anything for this, but in the past, it's when they send it to us, we forwarded it to the school board, and board members in the past have been in agreement with it. But
We have our own protocol.
Yeah.
Why do we need VSBA? We need the voters telling us, or our constituents telling us what they want, not VSBA.
I think it's because we use them a lot and their names all over everything, everywhere we go and stuff. And so if we're going to be affiliated with them, they want to make sure that they're working with. But I hear what you're saying too, because this is just a signature.
and I mean,
Keep it at that end. I'm not going to sign it.
we don't have to sign this.
No, I'm
yeah.
not going to.
Well, you don't have to, but they want you to.
Oh, are you? I mean, we don't have to, right?
it stays local. It doesn't even go back to them. Yeah.
And just don't worry about
Yeah. It's entirely up to you guys whether or not you want
it. It's
to.
it's a what?
It's the,
Kind of an accountability. They're saying these are goals you should strive.
I don't even remember signing the last 2 years, so if that tells you anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly something that we just this time of year we receive and pass on, and
Ed, why not sign it?
because there's no point to it. There's no meaning to it, that I can see.
Well, it's just reminding the board, I guess, how we ought to act. I don't know.
it's pretty generic. But again, like you said, it's
Okay, so I guess that's not happening. Moving on. Information items, committee reports. Mr. Frank,
I have none.
Mrs. Hoover,
I have none.
Mrs. Scott.
I have two.
Awesome.
So the presentation today for the talented and gifted was a very good summary of our meeting that we just had in the last couple of weeks. One of the things that we worked on was looking at the informational packets and brochures that we're putting out, so getting feedback on that so that we have better communication with parents. Anything else? Do you need to know anything else?
No, just whenever you, yeah.
Okay. And then for the Tech Advisory Committee, our meeting, we mostly discussed the use of electronic devices and technology in the classroom, and talked about the way in which student scores have gone down by implementing that more, and yet there's still the requirement for SOLs that is still done electronically and test taking. So we're also looking at the AI guidelines for student use. We also have lots of like 4 different documents with guidelines and recommendations on technology use for teachers and students. So we're taking a look at those guidelines.
Thank you.
That's all.
I mean, Ms. Cleveland.
Yes. So we had our first board meeting for the Commonwealth Governor's School. We had our organizational meeting, and you're now looking at the vice chair of the Commonwealth Governor's School. Thank you. Thanks.
This is your first
Yeah.
year, right?
This is my second year.
On the board?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And the chair is Allison Sears, and she's in Caroline. The executive superintendent is also from Caroline. What is her name?
Sarah Calvert.
Sarah Calverick. So she's the executive superintendent of the Commonwealth Governor's School. So just we went over our normal course of business, the counseling report, and I guess what I'd like to let you guys know, and I know that Mr. Frank, you brought this up earlier. We did talk about a proposed budget for the Commonwealth Governor's School, and it is posted on our governing docs online, so you can take a look at that. It kind of breaks down what the budget is for the Governor's School. We also talked about our broadcasting equipment that has been being installed across the divisions. It has already been installed in King George. We were the first school to actually get installed, and they're sort of working out, from what I understand, it hasn't been rainbows and butterflies, and they're still sort of working out some of that. So thank you all for your patience with that. We also have the applications in for the next school year. It was interesting for me to know that they take the applications from the Commonwealth Governor's School, ATI, and also the Chesapeake Governor's School, and they evaluate those at the same time, because a lot of the students are applying for multiple schools, and they're making sure that they're looking at all that together. So that way, when they get the information out to the students, perhaps they didn't make one, but they would make the other one, vice versa, or give them the choices at that point. And I believe, I was trying to search for the date, so I apologize for this, but it's going to be in February when they're going to let the students know who is going to be in those schools. But thank you. February 23rd, they're going to make the announcements to the students of who got into which school. So that'll be nice to see that. So that's all I have.
Right. I went down to Warsaw and had our first organizational meeting for Chesapeake Bay Governor's School, and it wasn't as well. I missed the dinner. Like, I was more excited about driving all the way to Warsaw because they always have this good food, and I had the timing wrong. So I got there for the meeting and missed the food. Anyways, so it was just a regular organizational meeting, and it's funny to see, because I've been on this board for 2 years now, and you have a lot of new people coming in, and everybody was shy. I was just that person that wouldn't say yay or nay, and now I have to because nobody else was. But I guess I didn't realize it changed that much hands. But anyways, that was it. Nothing spectacular. Anybody else? Good? All right, where are we at? Superintendent report.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank our communication department of one, Miss Amanda Higgins, for answering the phone every time I've called this week on odd hours, and really staying on top of the phone calls and the communication in the community as it relates to weather closings and things of that nature.
I'd like to thank Gary Clift and everybody in our maintenance department. They've really literally bent over backwards to pick this ice up and try to move this ice with every piece of equipment that we have, and done some really tireless hours there. Thank you to our custodial team that's shown up and really tried to make sure our schools are ready to receive students when they come back. And thank you to our principals who have also shown up to be at their schools and be available. There's a lot of work, even though school's not in session, that goes on behind the scenes. And I want to thank all of those that have been able to pick up the phone and be available and just provide a helping hand throughout this week and all the unique tasks that have been associated with this monumental snowstorm. So thank you, everybody that's helped out with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Board comments, Mrs. Scott?
I just wanted to congratulate the high school on the production of Trial of the Big Bad Wolf. I went to see it and they did an excellent job. All the students for the actors and the, I don't even know what goes into theater because I was never in theater, but all the set design and the directing, they did a fantastic job. And then during the budget builder, Dr. Boyd reminded me of the newsletter budget item, and I just wanted to say thank you to Miss Wages for sending out a weekly newsletter. I've found that very helpful and refreshing.
Caitlin?
Thank you guys for coming out tonight. As always, we appreciate your insight as well. So to all the admin and staff, we really appreciate coming out. I really enjoyed going to Mrs. Anderson's Honors Governor class this last week. There was myself, Mr. Frank, and then some of the members of the Board of Supervisors that were able to go into this classroom, introduce ourselves, tell them about our goals and our desires for the county. And I think it was really nice. We had a lot of engagement with the students asking questions, and I really loved the engagement and speaking with those students. So thank you, Miss Anderson. That was really nice of her to have us be there. And also, I was able to be a part of the interviews, the mock interviews for some of the business classes in DECA. And that was really fun too. So I enjoyed spending time with the students. And I gotta say, they did remarkably well. I'd say most of the students that I interviewed, I was very impressed with. So they're doing a phenomenal job over there at the high school in those business classes. So kudos to those teachers. Another thing that I wanted to let the board know, and I just realized this, our next meeting, I am not going to be able to make it. I have a conflict and I can't, there's no way for me to reschedule it. So I just want to throw that out there. Not that you have to reschedule, but I'm not even going to be able to be virtually because I'll be on a plane.
It is possible though that we can discuss how your vote in the, any action items.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Frank?
As always, I'd like to thank the staff and the teachers for all you do and the principals also. Thank you all those who had the presentations today. They were all great. Thanks to you, Jake, you're always there and you're always giving us a lot of good input coming from the high school. I know that this stuff going on with the weather is going to be affecting us for more than just tomorrow. Or it would take a miracle if those parking lots are cleaned up by Monday, put it that way. And so we can just hang in there and do the best we can on those things that are there. Miss Hoover and I went to the high school for the play with the little ones. So we were there for all the little kids that were 800 of them, I think it was, that was there to watch the play, which was great. And I too, Ms. Cleveland, really enjoyed Ms. Anderson's class. Jake was there, so they were asking some pretty tough questions. But It's always fun, and I would love to go back more to get involved in that. There's some issues that I did not realize that the students were that involved in, or that much involved in, that we have been working on lately, and it was enlightening to hear them speak about that. And Dr. Burns and I talked about 3 young ladies that were there that were extremely, I mean, there were fear in one of them's eyes about ice, you know? So I don't know where this is, you know, but anyway, I'm sure Dr. Burns took care of that and soothed, calmed them down a little. That was there. But enjoyed everything that was there. Hopefully the weather will get better and we'll be back to normal here pretty quick. Thank you.
I want to reiterate how enjoying the presentation at the high school was, and the chatter of the kids, and it was great. So thank you, Dr. Burns, for allowing us to come in and be a part of that. Also, we got to visit a few classrooms while we were there, and it's always great to engage with the students. I agree with everybody here. That's the best part about being in the schools, is getting to see the students and the learning that goes on there. So Mrs. Davis and I went to Potomac Elementary and had lunch with some students just to we got some feedback about lunchroom environment or whatever. And it was a great visit with got to talk to some of the little kids at lunchtime. And then Mr. Frank and I, did you go with me to? No, I went alone to King George Elementary. We still have to get out to Sealston. But we're gonna come and visit you soon and just have lunch with the students, kind of like Mr. Bush and I did. It's just engaging with the students, which is always fun. Thank you to Mrs. Davis for shuffling and arranging for food today, and for all of you guys from the very top down for being out there in the freezing cold, handing it out. I wish I had thought of it. I would have come and helped. Darn it. But thank you. I know that it wasn't fun standing out there handing out food for 2 hours. And also thank you guys for being here tonight, taking time out, and for every time you're here and the engagement. It's helpful to have you here to ask questions, and I appreciate you being here. And let's just hope that we are back at school next week.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so when me and Ms. Hoover went to Potomac Elementary, I got in trouble in the cafeteria, so they don't play. But it was a good environment, and the kids were talking and stuff. They just, yeah, I was playing like this hand thing because I wasn't thinking about like how that could just go all across the cafeteria. And so I'm having fun playing quietly with these girls, and the lady comes over and she's like, I know you guys are being quiet, but we don't do this. I was like, sorry. But anyways, so it was a good experience though to sit in the, they do get to talk. The thing was that they don't get to talk, and they all get colored cups and stuff like that. So they get to talk. They just have to talk quietly. And we went to the Chesapeake Bay Governor. Oh, I want to say that I want the staff to know like how great this tutoring program is that I'm experiencing firsthand with my daughter. She's in the middle school, and she's a part of the English and math tutoring because that's where she's struggling. A little bit of her is laziness, so it's causing me to work more with her at home too. But I just want to say how thankful I am for that program. Jake, thank you for letting us know about the all the up and great things that our school teams are doing. Like shout out to King George Swim, the Foxes, undefeated. Like that's amazing. The rifle, NJROTC Rifle Club, great job. And all the other ones that you mentioned. Thank you to the Garden Club for donating $400 to Potomac Elementary. I do want to mention something really quick because we've got a lot of emails from the community about what we are doing for mental health because they think that with the whole GSA thing that was going on, that we don't do anything for the students because they think that's all that we're doing for them would be the GSA Club. We do so much for all of our students across the school division for mental health. So if you really would like to know what we do, shoot me an email or shoot Dr. Boyd or any of the school board members an email, and we can give you, or even the principals, and we can give you a list of everything that goes on in our schools to help our students if they have any questions or concerns regarding their own mental health, a friend's mental health, or anything like that that's going on in their life. There's a lot of things and programs they can reach out for. And that's it. Yeah.
I've got one more thing. Since we have the principals here, just what's the possibility of having cursive clubs so that students can learn how to write cursive clubs?
Is that curriculum?
It is.
Yeah.
It would be.
Yeah.
You know?
You know what I mean? Because we have non-curriculum.
With my tremors, they never read it.
Dr. Nice, I see you shaking your head. Is that because you don't think that that's a necessity, or it's a travesty that children don't know how to write in cursive?
It's like the least of his worries, right? Probably, but okay. All right, so then do we have a motion to move into closed meeting?
Pursuant to state code section 2.2.3712A of the Code of Virginia, I move that the board convene in a closed meeting to review substitutes, resignations, stipends, and retirements as permitted under 2.2-3711A, number 1 of the Code of Virginia.
Second.
All those in favor? Or any discussion?
I had talked to Dr. Boyd about inviting Dr. Burns. Do we need to put that in the motion, or is it fine? Okay, thanks.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
We are now in closed session.
Getting back.
It's been for the last couple of meetings.
Oh,
they're reporting us up
Yeah. They have a new camera system. They got those two and this one. Yeah.
I can't.
Earth to carry.
All right. I have way too much on my brain.
can somebody make a motion to approve closed session into open? Oh, no, we
I
got,
move that the King George County School Board return to open session and certify that pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3712D, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened, were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by the public body.
Second, and certify.
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 certify, motion passes. Any discussion, right? No, what do we do next?
Back in open session.
All right, now we're in open session. Can we get a motion to adjourn? Oh, approve. Where are we at?
I make a motion that we approve personnel as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.